They understand the risk. They understand the ways. In fact, even if a user buy crypto assets, they must know how to store crypto assets as well. So if a user do not understand how to store crypto assets and they lose it, they are not going to blame themselves. They are going to blame crypto as an industry or wallet provider as an infrastructure, which is a problem. What's also missing is developer-friendly APIs and widgets. Every company is busy again in building their own ecosystem and saying, hey guys, use us, and we are the only ones who can do it. But we need, as an industry, we need to think about how APIs and widgets can be a part of this whole ecosystem and avoids thousands of lines of codes and offer a single way to integrate. This is something I did today morning at 10 a.m. And look at the ridiculous fee that I won't name the platforms, but they are well-known platforms. One is a wallet provider, and another one is an on-ramp and off-ramp company. So I was trying to do a test to buy $100 USDC in AED. If you look at the fee structure, I appreciate the fact it's absolutely transparent, but look at the fee that the users are paying, 15.8%. It's insane, which means on every $100, you're losing straight away 15.81%, $15.81 for what? So this is something that has to be looked upon. The other side of the example shows sell. When a user wants to convert their crypto to fiat money, in that case, I took GBP as an option. So if you look at, ideally a user should get around 79 GBP for 100 USDC in this example, but the fee is 27%. Now, this is beyond my imagination, and it's not hard to understand, like, what this is a company that's based on common sense. I'm the founder of Encryptus, and we are simplifying off-ramps into different ways, which means effectively a user can off-ramp crypto to fiat into their bank accounts. They can take a gift card, they can do mobile wallets or even mobile top-ups. As I was saying before, that it's not one size that fits all, because if a user, like, let's look at frontier markets. Let's look at Kenya, for example. Now, Kenya is not a market that's driven by banks. It's a market that's driven by mobile wallets. If you look at market like Vietnam, they are driven by a mix of banks, a mix of mobile wallets, and a mix of gift cards. So effectively, for a user, you need a permutation and combination of payout services. And under a single API, that's a network that we support. We support bank wires in 79 countries, gift cards and mobile top-ups in 100+ countries, and mobile wallets, including Alipay, in 39 countries. We hold permutation and combination of licenses ranging from remittance to cryptos. We hold a remittance license in APAC and a crypto license in the only ones, and there should be complete reliance. I think people need to think beyond how to move away from just Visa and MasterCard and provide alternate forms of payout options. I think fee structure is very important. My background is payments. I did payments for about 12 years. And I remember, like, when we got into this business, fee was never a concern. But by 2016, the markets were such that everybody was competing on fee. We came to a level wherein for certain countries, the governments were offering rebates to remittance companies to send remittances to them. And I feel that in years to come, that's where the crypto industry is heading towards, which means that fee is going to play a very, very critical role in reducing the cost for the users. So at Encryptus, we operate between 1% to 2% depending on the payout method. But the core focus is not the European Union or the US. I mean, customers from US, Japan, Canada, and sanctioned countries are completely restricted. We feel that there is a lot of fear, and we don't want to get into unknown territories until and unless we are sure about what we are offering. So in a nutshell, this is the core infrastructure that other companies can use via APIs, and also widgets are coming in soon to use the services for off-ramps. Thank you very much, and if anybody has any questions, I'm more than happy to answer. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Can you give me a mic, please?
I think to back it up.
To?
To back it up with
Breaking
valuable
up.
things. Yes, apartments, business.
Okay. Can you give me more elaboration about what you just said about? Because as per the investment, there are three questions every investors have normally, which is capital protection, capital appreciation, and ROI from the old third school people, in a traditional mindset of the investors. In our digital industry, at least been almost 3.5 years for myself in this industry, I couldn't find this answer. So I managed to get myself that how we can secure the investments. And there is only one way to protect the investment is IP, intellectual property. It's not my business, I'm just educating people worldwide how we can secure the investments. Because as per Bern Convention 2004 in Geneva, there are 180 countries who sign up the agreement and it's legally allowed to do the IP patent and do the digital assets trading in those 180 countries, including the UAE, Europe, Middle East, Asia as well. So anybody has digital assets, like a cryptocurrency, exchange, metaverse, Web3, any digital based company, like in a layman language, let's say intangible assets. So how we can protect the intangible assets by the IP patent, by the Bern Convention. Sorry guys, I'm actually not pretty well, I'm just sick as well. My voice is not okay with that. Anybody else have any other question? How we can secure and convince the investors from the traditional background? Anybody? Wait, you want to say something? Yourself. You want to say yes? Can you give me a mic, please?
I'm trying to thinking of something.
Sure.
Basically, when you have a new project like we have, is there a way that we can present it at a bigger level than just one-on-one, or is there like a hub or something that you know that we can present it and that would be fast track if you want to talk to specialized people?
Yes. So let me tell you guys, we are under the discussion. We haven't finalized it. It will take 6 or 5 months with the government of Abu Dhabi. We are launching the biggest platform for the IP exchange, right? It's an intangible asset exchange, first exchange in the world, where people can do the trade and register their intangible assets. So world is going to come to the Abu Dhabi, let's say UAE, and collectively, to do the business of their intangible assets. Because where there are two, the other one is intellectual property exchange. It will develop the company valuations, where one the trading on behalf of their assets, physical assets and tangible assets. The other will be the intangible assets. Like if you go to any big audited firms like KPMG, Deloitte, what they do is they do the valuation of your company on behalf of your assets, physical assets and tangible assets. They do not give the right valuation of your intangible asset, which is your real asset, your logo, your brand, your branding worldwide. So IP audit gives you guys the right valuation as per Bern Convention 2004. What is the exact valuation of the price of your intangible assets, which these guys don't give it because they don't want to compete the intangible asset with the tangible assets. So this industry is going to boost because the laws are already over there. It's just something, it's not promoted in a different part of the world. Therefore, we are launching in other event as well in Abu Dhabi. And like tomorrow, I'm going to the international investment meetup in Abu Dhabi, where we will be announcing it properly, that how we can protect the digital, our investment in the digital industry, like in crypto, metaverse, Web3, etc., etc. Okay. Anybody else have any question?
So in our case, we did already reserve IP for our projects. So you would come and you would analyze it, evaluate it, and it would help I guess, to raise money or to
Yes.
invest?
It is also, yes, that's a good question. There is also one way. Any startup who wants to come to Dubai or UAE, let's say, and they want to do the investment, how would they raise the investment? Because they don't have any assets, physical assets or tangible assets. So they need to do the right IP valuation of the company and produce the IP shares of the project, not company. These are two different things, project and the company. Company can have multiple, they can sell their IP shares of the investors as a collateral, as a security. It gives the security, the comfort zone to the investors that yes, my capital is secure. Because everybody thinks to secure their own money, because money is not earned like a day and night. I mean, you need to spend a lot of time and hardcore job to earn money. So everybody have always question capital security, capital appreciation, and ROI. This is how you can secure your investments by investing in any project. As you said, if you have IP shares of the project, the funds, for example, I'm managing is about $1.5 billion. Mostly we are investing in green energy and real estate. Now diversifying those portfolios to the blockchain and the digital assets as well. So any company have a digital assets, IP pattern, IP valuation, IP shares, we are happy to hear that. This is how we can secure our investment. And anybody who has a good project, have a good startup with a good vision, happy to listen to that as well. Priya, you want to say something? I saw a lot of people were yawning over here. Rather than presenting, I should ask you guys
Hi.
straight questions.
Hi, so I have a question. Usually this IP pattern, on which stage of the project you pitch in, you support the projects? Which stage?
Which stage? The IP pattern or IP exchange?
Both.
IP exchange is on the way.
Okay.
The regulators' approvals are done already. It will take 6 to 7 months to be implemented under the ADGM and Abu Dhabi Stock Exchange. And IP pattern is existing law. It's just something people are not educated. It was signed in 2004. 180 countries, including India as well.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. So the question is here, say for example, I have a project called AGG. I didn't build a smart contract yet. I'm building my product from last 3 long years. So which stage that you suggest me to go with the IP pattern? Which stage? Whether I have to build a smart contract and go with the fundraise, or even before that, where my tokenomics is ready?
Well, actually, mostly people go for IP when there is already screwed, when somebody has already taken over their IP in digital rights. So I always suggest people, when you're launching your company, you're forming the business, at that stage you go for IP, because there are several examples like Allen Water over there, and there is a local bank. I've gone through a lot of, and Range Rover in London and China, they had some same issues, So everybody who's launching their project, they must go initially with the IP. Okay. Once they are protected, secure digitally, they can approach the world. And as you are in a process to launch a project, if you're done IP and you produce the IP valuation and the shares, you can approach any traditional investors as well, because you are giving them an asset of your company.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Most welcome. Anybody else? This lady, please.
Underlying value of the IP.
Can you speak louder, please?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, sure.
So traditionally, when you're splitting an asset, when it's split into shares, the shareholders own parts of the asset, right? Mm-hmm. So in the case of IP, if you are dividing it among shareholders and trading it, let's say I'm Amazon, I'm sharing my IP for my trade secret, and then let's say Alibaba purchases part of my, say a big share of my IP, and then
protection of your secret of your trade.
Exactly, the IP, if it's been traded, how would you protect the value?
There are two kind of investments. For raising the investment, or looking for some international partner like Alibaba, let's say. Anybody is coming to your company as a partner, as an IP partner, make sure they are going to control you from the day first. That's why they are coming as a IP shares. But I can register you if you don't fill up the required and agreed discussion coming to us, make sure we are going to control you. Any IP shareholder is going to control you because they are investing in the money. But this is the only solution as of now we can provide as an asset security to the investors. But if you don't want to give them a proper control of your company, then decide how much you want to give the shares, like 5%. In the 5% as per international law, the partner cannot influence in your company. Depending upon how much is the valuation of your company, of intangible assets. You know? How have I answered the question?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Anybody else? No? Great. Look, it's a big industry. Crypto is the biggest industry, I must say. It's a revolution. The regulations are over there. The regulatories are already there. Government have already signed the agreements how to do the trade for the intangible assets to the tangible assets. It's just something we need to educate the people. Everything is available on the internet. Go and Google about that Bern Convention 2004. You will find out all the resolutions, the countries who have signed up the agreement. Where we are launching any blockchain, we are launching any cryptocurrency, we are launching any NFT, Web3, Metaverse, register those projects as intangible assets. When you do it, you're already regulated. So you don't need to go to Estonia or any other country to register your particular projects because it's already regulated. It's just something we are not aware of it. Therefore, I was here to educate you guys, to give you the details about how we can protect our investment and secure the projects, yeah? So thank you so much for your time. I'll see you around. Take care.
Thank you so much, Mr. Noman, for your extremely interactive session. You provided incredibly expert insight on every question asked, and truly the audience was captivated with your interactions. Please, everybody, join me in giving Mr. Noman a huge, well-deserved round of applause. Up next, we have an announcement. Please allow me to let you a little bit about CoinX. The CoinX core team members are from world-leading internet and finance companies, including the earliest adopters and professionals of cryptocurrency, who boast rich experience in global operations and services in the industry. With their proprietary trade matching systems and excellent user experience, they are dedicated to building a highly secure, stable, and efficient cryptocurrency exchange for global users. It is my absolute pleasure now to introduce the upcoming prominent speaker, Mr. Andrei Akulenko, the head of sales at AZBit in 2023, and how it is still the best business option. Everybody, please join me in welcoming them on stage with a huge round of applause.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Andrew. More than just a platform, so we are developing different things, different tools and features according to customers' requirements. Why I'm here? I want to discuss with you React.js. So these technologies use Microsoft and Facebook, and we customize it according to customer requirements. We change front, we change colors, we change shadows, buttons. So we totally customize it. And we add features and tools that customer needs. That could be different chains, custom chains. That could be some features that we don't have, so we develop it. How does exchange makes profit? There are main ways how to make profit. First of all, it's trading fees and withdrawal fees. And the main profit we get from is from listing fees and from initial exchange offering. We working with different projects, startup projects, and help them to gain investments using our platform. So for last year, we built around 10 exchanges that are live now, and some of them are taking like huge profits, and some of them like balancing. Feel free to ask. Yes. For opening exchange, there are some costs, like for the start, for the license, for the software license, it's like one-time fee. Monthly tech support, so you need to support your exchange, like our team does it professionally. And of course, liquidity, you need to add liquidity. But there are tools that can take liquidity from other big exchanges or from other platforms that had.
So any example of the size of the capital?
For example, just for the start, it will be enough around $10,000 just to start the exchange.
Oh.
$10,000, yes.
Where would be the best place for me to...
Bless, please. Use the mic, please.
Sorry. So if I would like to use your white label system,
Okay.
where would be the best place to incorporate a company? Depending on the market I want to reach, or is it...
It depends on your desire. If you want to start it today, you can start it today.
Okay, so
If I understand you correctly.
no, I wanted to know...
Well, we have some projects, they started even before they issued their coins or tokens, right? Also, we have clients who have started the exchange on the stage after ICO.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. I would like to thank everyone who came this event, and organizers and participants and visitors. Thank you. It's nice to be here with you. Have a nice day.
Making crypto trading easier. In the human world, the advent of vehicles has brought people closer together. In cyberspace, global financial markets are going through tremendous changes. As a growing number of people are introduced to crypto assets, the world has been presented. Coinex links the crypto space with the real world. We deliver messages of love and hope through charitable actions. We help more individuals capture the panorama of the crypto world. Starting from the crypto market, we embrace every revolution. To make global finance more authentic and to make everyone's life easier, we strive to help more people worldwide feel the charm of crypto assets. Coinex. Coinex makes crypto trading easier. Making crypto trading easier. In the human world, the advent of vehicles has brought people closer together. In cyberspace, global financial markets are going through tremendous changes. As a growing number of people are introduced to crypto assets, the world has been presented with more every corner. We wonder what we can do. Coinex links the crypto space with the real world.
Thank you so much, Mr. Andre, for your expert insight and interactive session. Up next, we have an exciting session with Mr. Nirav Chauhan, the head of global business at UDIS Solution. He is here to discuss blockchain development. Everyone, please join me in welcoming him on stage with a huge round of applause.
Hello everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. Myself Nirav Chauhan. I am from UD Solutions. So let me just give you a brief about the company that I come from. So it's basically a UD Solutions, which gives you the basically we are into a multiple service industries, right? So blockchain development is one of our core forte, right? So let's start our presentations. So we are two people here from the company at the moment, right? I along with Pratik. Pratik is the head of blockchain department. Sessions, if required, we can discuss it over the exhibition center itself. So talking about the company, right? We do follow multiple processes. Agile methodology is one of the core process that we follow. We have a 6D process defined, right? Our company is a certified company in the India, right? If you talk about our inception, we have started our operations from 2011, right? And we are working, it's been 13 years now. Talking about the projects, we have around 6,000 projects successfully completed, which is not only on the blockchain side, obviously, right? During the initial time, we have started with the web development. Gradually, we moved to the mobile application development. And then, we keep on, adopting the trending technologies. So slowly and gradually from mobile, we jump to the mobile games where you utilize Unity as our core forte, and then AR VR is something that we do. Right, I'll take all these things in the next slides. So talking about our core services as we're discussing, right, blockchain development, right. So we work on a range of different type of blockchains, right, as metaverse, Web3, right. So any sort of solution that has been developed or that is required a development, we can be a right fit over there. Right, then AI ML, as you know, ChatGPT AI is currently trending in the market. Right, we have quite a few use cases wherein we have integrated some AI onto the websites. Right, AI can be simply integrated with the any sort of support system, gathering the data of the users who are visiting your platform. Is quite a expert onto it, I would say. Game development, right? We have 50, 60 people working on the game development side, right? So when it comes to the casual game, card game, hyper casual games, right? UI, UX, AR, VR, and the mobile application development as well. So in terms of native technologies, and we are also working on the hybrid technologies, something like Flutter or a React Native. Then blockchain, why blockchain? Then obviously you all must have had the basic idea, right? It is tremendous when it comes to the security, transparency. Time of the transaction is very less as compared to the other transactions. Efficiency in the finance, fraud protection, right? Scope of innovation is always there in the blockchain side, right? Some of our blockchain services, so as informed that blockchain app development, blockchain security related things that we can work on to, right? We have quite a few games which are based on the blockchain, right? So there are a couple of games wherein the in-app purchase can be through NFTs, right? DApp, wallet, NFT launchpad, fintech related any app that has been required on Web3, we are able to help you with the custom development as well, right? NFT marketplace, we have NFT marketplace which is white label, which can be white labeled, right? So if anyone would like to create their NFT marketplace, we can discuss that on the exhibition area. If I talk about the blockchain that we hold the expertise, so it's a Binance Smart Chain, Hyperledger, Tron, Corda, Celo, Cardano, Polkadot, Ethereum, Polygon, right? So there are quite a few blockchain on which we are, doing a good work as of now. We can discuss any use cases if required, right, after the, presentation. This is the more or less the sector that we serve, right? So as you see, most of the, client base that we have are on the finance side, right? Considering the blockchain and the AI, which is currently doing good in the market, that's why. And otherwise, we cover mostly all the sectors into the industry. We have one office in Canada, one office in UK, one office in Malta, right? So we are trying and exploring the other stuff wherein we can help the people.
The government is supporting.
Yeah, there is a few systems, or there is a few people when it comes to the project, right? So it depends on the project, that what sort of project that we are taking into, right? But the regulation is not that straightforward, right? We'll have to identify the certain things. But I believe we can discuss this with the other.
Now, how many million people are using crypto in India? Using crypto in India?
Yeah, there are quite a few people using crypto in India, sir. When it comes to yes.
So how can they support?
Yeah, sir.
No central forces will support,
So education is something which is really required, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Sure.
So we need your support to educate millions of people all over the world, because India is already the software capital of the world.
Yeah.
India makes software for the entire world.
Yeah.
So if you educate the children, at least 10 million,
They can know about this
all these things, it's a great thing, and we seek your support for that.
Yeah, sir.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everyone. Have a good time.
Making crypto trading easier. In the human world, the advent of vehicles has brought people closer together. In cyberspace, global financial markets are going through tremendous changes. As a growing number of people are introduced to crypto assets, the world has been presented with more possibilities, complexity, as well as opportunities.
Please join me in please put your hands together for him in a huge, well-deserved round of applause. Well, expert with an exciting session. Please allow me to introduce Mr. Junaid Gulzar, the co-founder and CTO of Windfall, here to shed light on real estate. Everybody, please put your hands together in a huge round of applause.
Group, basically a real estate platform. So we have tokenized the whole real estate platform. And
okay, so one of the thing is in terms of tokenization, we're not talking about buying a whole real estate as such. We're talking about partial ownership. And in terms of adoption of blockchain technology, we need more usability to come into the market before it gets adopted as a whole. If we keep pondering over trading in cryptocurrencies or in separate tokens, the global adoption or the mass adoption of the industry is not going to be sped up. So we need more usability and usage of such tokens as he just mentioned, of tokenized real estate, or still ticketed using traditional Web2 tech. So as long as we don't encourage the adoption of blockchain technology, it is not going to speed up. So I believe that would,
yeah, that can be also an option. So but before you send a letter to a government official, what the thing happens that you yourself hesitate when you are doing something new. There are many in Dubai, they are not Exactly.
So other countries should also accept like that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So how it works, in simple words?
In simple words, tokenization of I invest in a property, it's basically broken into fragments, and you would get a share of the investment. Like starting from a minimum of $500 or $100, you can invest.
Of purchase or way of transaction.
So what the thing is that we are breaking the barrier of investing in real estate. So whenever a person thinks of investing in real estate, he thinks that he has to pay a huge chunk of money
Exactly.
to invest. So that barrier we are breaking. What will happen by doing having a property break into fragments? A lot of money will come in, and anyone can invest. Anyone can invest in this.
So your office is based here in Dubai?
Yeah, our office is in Dubai.
So maybe we can start recommending buyers that they are afraid to invest a huge amount of money. So maybe we can, hear from you more that you are approaching the real estate companies, that they are in touch with the buyers, that are hesitant of purchasing and investing big amount of money. So that kind of relationship, that also can be brought directly to the DLD department and the government entities, So it should not always come from the top. It can,
It can start from the bottom as well.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Exactly. Any more questions? Thank you for having me today. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Junaid, for shedding light on asset tokenization, specifically as it relates to real estate. It was truly eye-opening. Everyone, please join me in giving a huge round of applause to Mr. Junaid for shedding insight today. Right now, we actually have a few questions for the members of the audience, and I would like, all of you to feel free to interact. One question I have is that it's been about 14 years since crypto was, discovered and launched. Why do you think it's taken this long that it hasn't really taken over the financial market as much as it should have? Because I feel like the general public doesn't really have access to crypto, right? It's the field in which the people within the sphere are those who have access to it. But let's say the average Joe, the average person, somebody walking down the street doesn't really have access to crypto, isn't knowledgeable about it. It's like a very elusive concept that not really the general public can identify with. And there's a lot of reasons for that, and I think it's because of crypto is mainly, the access to crypto comes from high investment individuals, people in business, people in finance. But unlike other worldwide currency methods, crypto is not very accessible to the average person. Why do you think that is? And as long as that, do you think that once it becomes regulated by government system, do you think it would be easier for the average person to interact with crypto, for everybody, pretty much everyone, just like how we all here have credit cards, how everybody will at some point have crypto? Does anyone have any insight? Can I have a mic, please?
I think you made a very good research about this thing, about crypto. So myself also, I am from European Digital University. I am the chancellor of the university. So our intention, our mission is to educate the whole world about crypto. So like you said, all the central forces are against this technology, because once this come, they will be out. So it is against central power also. Blockchain means, collective brain. I mean decentralization. There is no, because the biggest problem of the humankind is centralization of power and money, brought by the British Empire. So they ruled the world for 400 years. They ruled the world for 400 years. So they brought the idea, centralization of power and money. Because of this idea, 99% of the wealth and power of this world went into the hands of some people and some groups. Okay, in one side, there are people with the millions, billions, and trillions. On the other side, people have no money for food, no money for medicine, no money, nothing like that. Okay, so how we can change the world? Through decentralization of power and money. Okay, so government means people. Okay, so now it is time for universal citizens, because crypto create universal citizens, no matter where you born. Even a nursery class student, they can open a crypto wallet in 2 minutes. And once you have a crypto wallet, you are connected to the entire world. So 99% of the world population, they don't know this technology. They are not aware of this technology. Unless and until they know this technology, how can they use? So the best solution is to make a crypto universe, a real crypto universe, education. Educating the fundamentals of blockchain and crypto, NFTs and metaverse to the whole world, through all the schools, colleges, universities, chamber of commerce. So lack of education is the problem. People don't know what it is. Am I correct? So this is the greatest technology, this is the greatest invention ever happening in this world. Because money is next to oxygen and water.
But would you agree that you feel like people within the crypto sphere kind of want to gatekeep crypto for the elite or people they think are valuable or quality individuals to be in the crypto field rather than just any average Joe?
See, as such, nobody can live in this world without money.
Yeah.
That's why I told you, money is next to oxygen and water. First you need oxygen, second you need water, third you need food. If you don't have the money, who will give the food? Right or no? Yeah. So money is like oxygen. So means there are 8 billion people in this world. So all the 8 billion people, this technology need. All the human beings, nobody can live in this world without money. Right? And everybody is looking for the best technology. So here, there's a greatest technology come in this world, but people don't know. All the government, they do not teach it, because there is no central forces, there is no central government to promote the crypto, right? So people have to come together. That's why I float a university to educate the world. At least the fundamentals. The fundamentals, it requires only 4 hours. Many people here, how many people ask, how many people know how to create a wallet? Maybe here all people know, but you go to the world, nobody know how to open a wallet. The first step is how to open a wallet.
Yeah, it's generally people in finance specifically that know.
Yeah, many people, they don't know how to open a wallet. They're all hearing. They don't know what is crypto. They're coming 10,000 people, 5,000, because people don't know. Because nobody is taking the initiative to educate the people. First thing is education. So lack of education is the problem for crypto now. Once you solve it, so now you brought all these people together. So tell the people to educate the world. In whichever way, at least 1 billion people. About the fundamentals of at least how to open a wallet. That's enough. Because once the people come to that, they can make money, they will die for it. First thing is money. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that insightful answer. Does anybody else have any insight to shed? No? Okay. Right now we have a special announcement from CoinX. Please allow me to tell you a little bit about CoinX. CoinX and the CoinX core team members are from world-leading internet and finance companies, including the earliest adopters and professionals who boast professional, rich experience in global operations within the cryptocurrency industry. With their proprietary trade matching systems and excellent user experience, they are dedicated to building a highly stable, secure, and efficient cryptocurrency exchange for global users. We have a short video telling you a little bit more coming up.
Making crypto trading easier. In the human world, the advent of vehicles has brought people closer together. In cyberspace, global financial markets are going through tremendous changes. As a growing number of people are introduced to crypto assets, the world has been presented with more possibilities. Complexity.
Also give you a thing or two on parenting. She has got a very lovely son, all of 17 years only. Always seen her hustling on Instagram, on Zoom calls, and trying to make sure that she gets stuff done. All the way from Dominican Republic. Can we all put your hands together and welcome Christina? See how proper she is, right? Like even she walks like, you know. Sorry, she's from Ecuador. I also like the cigars from Dominican Republic and Ecuador, so I was confused. My apologies. Thank you. And last but not the least, I met this fantastic person a few days ago, and boy, the vibes that she has is amazing, and I'm glad that she agreed to be on the panel last minute. Thank you so much. Please welcome Queenie, everyone. So before we begin the panel, I would also love everyone to introduce themselves, like because everyone here is almost a friend. I wanted to take this opportunity in, welcoming you personally because you all accepted the invite. So now over to you. Thank you, I'm done. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Vali, so very much. And thank you, everyone, for joining us. I hope you had a good lunch, because we will not be boring you, obviously. Look around you. These ladies here on stage with me, I can guarantee to you that this is not going to be boring talking. But like Vali said, who are you? My name, as he said, is Crypto Granny. My real name is Anita Kalergis. I originally come from Finland, so just for you to know, I'm very good friends with Santa. Santa lives in Finland and we are pals. So if you want to have something Christmas time, you can always talk to me. Why I'm here, why Crypto Granny is here. 2017, I got exposed to a technology that people told me that would allow us to trust again. That is so powerful message, so I just had to learn more. The one thing led to another. I realized very soon that all these tech people kept talking in a manner that I could not understand. My background is in sales and marketing. So Crypto Granny was born, and I have been asking ever since, why? That is the question you should be always able to answer to when someone is asking about your project. Because if the why doesn't make sense to us, it doesn't matter what technology you're building it on. The outcome is what matters. So my human mission in this world today is to involve everyone in the technological and economical future already today. And I'm so happy to share this stage with the ladies. Over to you, Nadia.
Hi, everyone. Lovely to be here. So if Anita is friends with Santa, then I must be friends with Nelson Mandela. So for me, I think the origin story is very similar. I also came into the industry in 2017. And I think the philosophical underpinnings of,
knowledge. I'm sure this panel is not going to be.
But the one small thing that might differentiate males from female or vice versa is the emotions. And there is topics that have been all around us very active. AI bots as well as robotics. So this is just something that I wanted to bring to be discussed with the ladies today. So a question to all of you, and please see this from your business perspective, from the angle as you are looking into the Web3 space. So we are increasingly seeing use industries. So in your opinion, what are the potential ethical implications of replacing humans with these technologies? and maybe a constraint that it does not harm humans or society as a whole?
Yeah, absolutely great question. Very, very big question. So I think I would start us off just by locating us in space and time. The landline took 75 years, Instagram 2.5 years, TikTok, that first drop of water. This is how we in the industry see adoption. It's the holy grail that we are working towards. And then AI came in, and it showed us what is possible in 2 months that we have not been, that ever could have happened to blockchain. Video, we now live in a time, and I want to touch on what Anita said in her introduction, when she heard about blockchain technology, and it's a way to reinstall trust into society. So we now live in a time where we are forced to question everything. Everything you see, everything you hear, it's no longer a certainty that it's real. Now, AI is an unstoppable force. We know, for example, IBM very recently announced the company is at stake. We've seen the affected. So there's a lot of negativity of AI, which is just the beginning. Now, where does that leave blockchain? The Web3 industry is special because it's special, the people in it are special. If you work in the industry and you come from another industry, which almost all of us do come from somewhere else, you'll know that in this industry there's a humanizing aspect that's not very prevalent in other industries. And it's because the industry is so young. So it does create a solution to a lot of the problems created by AI. Number one being authenticity verification. The average person, and I'm speaking from experience, I had a conversation about ChatGPT with a 65-year-old retired policeman in a very small town in South Africa a couple of weeks ago. And he was giving me tips and tricks on how to use ChatGPT. Now, I've never had that in the blockchain industry with anyone who is not in the industry. So what I think is blockchain is providing an opportunity for itself to become a real use case in people's minds. Now, where does that leave us in the industry? We're rich of Web3 and AI is bringing, but also really care. So these are the real out there. So I'm going to hand it over to you, ladies, so you can go over all the other many, many things that I didn't cover in answering the question.
Thank you so much. Priya.
That's a great explanation, Nadsda. So how many of you over here do you feel like AI is really going to replace the human being and going to take the entire jobs of the human beings? How many of you can take the place of the human beings? For me, when it comes into the gaming, Web3 gaming, I'll give you the classification of a little bit, because where I work, I have to give my real-time experience and how the concept is working in the blockchain gaming right now with the AI, right? So for me, AI is, no doubt, it's a great, lot of good, it's a normal Unreal Engine developer or Unity Engine developer, it takes some certain duration, certain hours of, development for them. However, with the AI technology, it is really amazing, and it will speed up the structure of, creating a game. I mean, especially the timing, the duration of the development. Number two, AI can help in the gaming to give a very interactive and immersive, the graphics and videos, where the AI characters can also, interact with the people who are playing the games, especially the gamers. This is the number two. Number three, after developing such a wonderful platforms, the gaming, the games, using the AI in blockchain, who will play the game? Obviously, it's a human beings, right? So for me, I personally feel like AI can never replace a human being. However, it's a great technology programmed by a human being. By using the aspects of AI, it will take all this entire system into the next level. However, the emotions cannot be controlled by our machines.
but it's a great tool. This is what I want to share with all of you over here today. Thank you.
So thank you for that, Priya and Naja. So Crypto Granny, that's an amazing question because as we all know, artificial intelligence such as ChatGPT, which is I'm also very familiar at, and I'm guilty as charged by testing and being a part of the beta program of ChatGPT when it was started. Now, according to the news in the local news, they said that ChatGPT making $20 per users per month as a subscription fee, and they're making tons of money out of ChatGPT AI. But the ChatGPT, as I can say, is not really fluid and efficient at all. It cannot replace the human being because it has its own certain bugs to fix by the people. And it is learning from our own intellectual own knowledge, which we input through ChatGPT. It can never replace a certain individual when it comes to the certain thinking process because it doesn't contain emotional quality or EQ. It doesn't have emotions. That's why there are other companies that are right now working onto the EQ side of the AI technology, which allows the people to be able to recognize the behavior and the patterns of a human being. And I personally believe, like when I saw this all over the news, that some of the students in the universities in the Philippines, the teachers saw that their answers were already paralleled being asked by the professor, and they're not literally learning at all. Because the tool itself can be utilized for you to be able to learn, engage, interact, and also develop your own set of creativity, which allows you to open up multiple landscapes into your brain to be able to understand the level of the technology itself. It doesn't provide you 100% accurate data at all because it is actually, ChatGPT only responded similar format in all the different types of questions that I have tried and tested. So which means the AI doesn't recognize still that the paper of Bitcoin paper of Satoshi Nakamoto is cited by 8 different scientists who created the theory, and Satoshi combined it all together. So if ChatGPT cannot provide you the accurate 100%, AI replace us. Another part of AI technology and how they cannot also replace the human is because of medical side. Medical, education, agriculture, yes, artificial intelligence could definitely help us to on our processes, on our lots of works, for example, to minimize our time of work and efficiency, to increase efficiency on our work, although it's still AI still relies on the human capacity. Your brain is important here because without your brain, without your mindset, without the way that you are actually feeding the data to AI, AI will never learn a thing. And I think, and I personally believe it will still take 100 years prior to AI to dominate us. So maybe by that time we are no longer existing in this planet and we will become the pioneers who are talking shits and talks about the space in the artificial intelligence and blockchain. But how could we change this in a way that we are improving the people's lifestyle? This is something that we need to think about. How can AI improve the people's lifestyle in a sense that it's also improving your sets of businesses? There are certain qualities that it can produce, certain things that it could actually help us, certain functionalities that could be integrated on the blockchain, not just on analysis side, but also the neurological aspects that it could learn and analyze the human behavior and the capacity for us to think, which will give the research side on the next 100 years. Technology is not going to be developed in the next 5 decades. It will still take time to adjust, to adopt, and humans will still take time to learn more. It took us 100 years before we learned that the digitization is important for our side. The transition of money, it took us time. It took us hundreds and thousands of years before we learned that gold could be sufficient enough as a token for payments. It took us time for us to learn that our projects and our development, it took time for us to work and develop on it. So AI can never replace a human being. That's what I can say.
Amazing, amazing.
Thank you so much. Really helpful insights. From my side, so I have always seen technology as a way of improving our lives. And I think this needs to be showcased and people need to see that, because if we are fighting towards technology, nothing will change. we need to educate ourselves in order to see how we can use technology to improve our lives. Instead of thinking that technology will replace your job, you can think how I can use this new technology to optimize my process, or to make my life easier, or to have my time. I think what we value the most now is our time, right? Because we cannot take it back. So what technology can do is give us more time, because we can use, especially now, artificial intelligence to optimize a lot of things, to have somebody who can manage our things, or to use, when we see technology as a tool rather than as a competitor, is when we can find the value and then start building something, and then start using it in order to have more time. So with companies, how this work is, for example, in Web3, in a company to be successful, they need to have a community. If there is no community, it was really hard to be successful. So again, why the community is important? When you have a community, you share the same values. You share the same vision. But most importantly, you also share the same problems. And technology is built based on how to either solve a problem or add more value. So when you have these powerful insights, you can create something that will last. Why? Because the difference between a company that stays for a very long time and other that just, has one launch and that's it, it's because the community is loyal. So I think it's really important to understand how we build a community, how we understand the community and communicate with them in order to build technologies, because AI is there, but we need to customize it. So I see a huge opportunity in business, because we can customize this big technology for small groups, and then from that we can keep growing not only the community, but also understanding more how our community can start using it, instead of thinking or being afraid on knowing that this technology could potentially take their jobs. So the perspective is really important, but also the education to people, they need to understand that artificial intelligence is here to stay, but also that it will be really helpful for them, for any industry, for each to save more time, but also to connect. Because as I mentioned before, we are humans and we need to be around people. We cannot be isolated with technology. Even though we have everything in the computer, we still need to have people around us, and I think that's the power of humans. That's why computers or technology cannot take out the world, because we still need to be connected as in a physical place. We need people around us. So I think these two things, perspective and also building businesses based on communities, can help us to be more aware on how we can take advantage of artificial intelligence and these new technologies that are coming. Thank you.
Actually, I'm sorry. Web3 is all about community building. The bigger community building is, the more transparency you get. The beauty of right now community building is, actually I was addressing in the previous conference, I'm sorry to take a lot of time, but the shift from 2015, 16, 17, I didn't see much bigger communities. It's all about chillers, pump and dump projects, rug pulls, all that stuff in ICOs while we were doing IEOs and all. But right now, if you see, there's a huge transition period has been happened, and I see a great communities making every single day active. Crypto Granny is one such example. We all are inspired by her, honestly. Every time I see her in every single country, it's all about, building the people, building the lives, building the community. Education is the biggest thing. So that's why we are over here, and we are also happy to
went there about the education.
Thank you.
Regarding on education, I believe that we are in the mid 2, 3, 4 days ago-ish, the World Economic Forum has announced how they are dealing with, let's just say, Generation Alpha and beyond, with the usage and the in this meeting, they had prompt of instructions of whatever they do with ChatGPT and input it, then out comes the ChatGPT version. And then thirdly, use the second version with ChatGPT and then tweak it with the human touch. So, as ChatGPT can be our best friend, it can also be, like how do we not use it in a way that it is reflecting to plagiarism? Now, it can be plagiarism because it comes out with all the, but it goes back to how does just said humans, what Christina said, humans. It comes down to community. It comes down to maybe we're playing a game, and it's about the hype. It's about responsibility. It's about building bridges together and working on a global level. If we work on a global level, and it comes from a global level outreach down, we can be much more consistent in this whole world of technology and innovation. Back to you, Crypto Granny.
Thank you. And I think we've done our time on stage, but I don't need to say this. I'm nevertheless going to say so. I believe you've seen and you've heard for yourselves what kind of professionals and experts in their respective fields we have on stage. So I give you Queenie, Christina, Veronica, Priya, and Nadia. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you very much.
Crypto Granny, might I add, if ever, one also to, if you guys are open and available, we are looking also for some good partnerships in the crypto community wherein we are opening the doors for different companies to be able to present your company and educate our communities. Every day we are doing a lot of education webinars. Last night I did a 2-hour webinar with over 250 attendees. 4 times in a week we are doing webinars to interact and to teach our community members in our affiliates side and also those merchants in the Philippines and Italy that we have in order for them to fully understand what the blockchain technology is all about. So I'm personally inviting everyone, and we're also going to host a hybrid expo in the Philippines. If you guys are open, I would personally want to invite you to be that you guys must look into. The presidents of the Philippines is more on their investment side. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see you all. And thank you, Vali, for this amazing opportunity.
Thank you, thank you. I actually quickly wanted to come in and, since you spoke about partnerships, for the guys who don't know what I've been doing, of late I've joined a very amazing company, which is web3travels.com, an initiative by Riva Metaverse. So we are also looking for partnerships and community. So before we finish this, I would like everyone to just say like one last phrase or a sentence that may be something we can take it away. And Jason has been waiting to hear something from you. So I'm going to start.
Coming even though you were late.
Thank God.
So I think my parting words really are, we've all heard this saying that ChatGPT or generative AI is not what's going to replace you. It's this time, whatever your opinion is, whether you're for it, whether you believe that it's your best friend, whether you believe that it's your worst enemy, look for the opportunity that it presents, because there are a lot of opportunities, and it doesn't mean the opportunities are what the LinkedIn influencers say or the YouTube influencers say. How does it have an impact in your life, or how could it have an impact in your life? And I think that really is the question that opens the door to innovation, because I think what has been said here today over and over again is it's just the technology, it's who we are. And so I'm inviting you today, what opportunities will this technology bring into your life? I know in my life, as I said earlier, it's making me extremely bullish on the future of blockchain technology, on the future of the Web3 industry, because it presents us with an opportunity that we did not have at the scale that we do now. But what does it mean to you? What are you going to do with this big gift or this huge...
I don't have much to the beauty of technology, that's it. And keep playing the games, which will help you a lot because it's entertainment for you after the movie industry. Yeah?
And will
That's
help
it.
Priya's company also.
No, that's it. Keep playing the games.
The planet is limited and time is currency. Blockchain is a technology that allows you to be financially free, usually, and add more knowledge.
Who has a community or is part of a community.
I think all of us.
Perfect. So if you want to help your community to improve their lives or to solve a problem using technology, I would love to get to know you more. At Najera Ventures, we support startups that are community-based. So feel free to add me on LinkedIn or to come to me after the session because I would love to see how we can collaborate.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, and introduce you to a few people. Speaking of which, I think that ChatGPT is a good friend of ours. We just have a product for the latter future, a sustainable environment for all of us to live in, and most importantly, to have the hear more about Hong Kong and love to be bridging and doing the vice versa.
Get with, like on stage with beautiful girls for a selfie, but I'm going to take this. Thank you.
All of you, along with the expert intellect and distinctive perspective. Up next, we have an announcement regarding CoinX. To let you know a little bit more about CoinX, CoinX and the CoinX core team members are from world-leading internet and finance companies, including the earliest adopters and professionals of cryptocurrency, who boast rich experience in global operations and services in the industry. With their proprietary trade matching and excellent user experience, they are dedicated to building a highly secure...
Making crypto trading easier. In the human... The world has been presented with more possibilities. Complexity, as well as opportunity, lurk in every corner. We wonder what we can do. CoinX links the crypto space with the real world. We deliver messages of love and hope through charitable actions in the crypto world. Starting from the crypto market, we embrace every revolution.
In our upcoming session, we welcome a remarkable expert, Mr. Afzal Sobhani, the COO of Blocks Genie, here to analyze cryptocurrencies and financial inclusion, bridging the gap in developing countries. Everyone, please put your hands together in a huge round of applause to welcome him on stage.
It's working. Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry about that. And thank you very much, Crypto306, for inviting me to this wonderful opportunity. It's a great event, and so many great faces are here. So many great peoples are around the event. I've met some amazing people, startups, and absolutely wonderful event for everyone. So I've been invited to talk about the financial gap between the developing and developed countries. So I really want to move forward and explain what are the current problems we are facing and how can we overcome these kind of situations. So many developing countries lack access to financial bases. Everybody knows about that. I mean, third world countries have so many problems, and the economy is one of their big challenge. So they really want to overcome the financial challenges, but it's very difficult, and cryptocurrency can do the wonders for them. Let's talk about the challenges. First of all, lack of access of traditional financial services. Absolutely, there are so many remote areas, so many villages in developing countries, and even I am from a developing country, and being honestly, we face a lot of problems. When we go to the remote areas, we even find internet connection issues. But yes, there is a possibility we can find the solution. Then the next challenge is if they have some access to financial system, then they have to pay high cost, which is not acceptable for them because having a very tight circumstances, it is very difficult to bear this kind of high cost. The third, unstable national currencies due to the inflation, due to the high cost of living. They actually have, still they are just surviving right now. And if they are surviving and they have to face the unstable national currencies, it's actually getting their life more difficult. The fourth one is they don't trust on the banking. They lack very, very, less interest in the banking system. First of all, they do not like to work through the banks. They want to keep their money in the house, which is very dangerous in the third world countries. So let's talk about the positive effects. If we adopt, third world countries starts to adopting the cryptocurrencies, what positive effects we can expect? The first, providing access to financial services. Like cryptocurrency, we already know that it's already right now offering like low transaction fees, and it's very fast, very convenient for them. And all they need is two things. One, a smartphone. The second is internet. All the financial services. And then lower transaction cost is absolutely there. The third is encouraging entrepreneurship. If they find a solution from cryptocurrencies and their finances, then through the cryptocurrency we can encourage them for the entrepreneurship. Because cryptocurrency always also give them the global market access, so which is very important for developing countries, that if they want to grow, change, and small level of person starts an entrepreneurship, they can start a business, and if they start a business and they want to access the global market, cryptocurrency is the way to go. The fourth is absolutely providing an alternative to fiat currency. Fiat currency is absolutely fine. It's going to stay more as far as we know. We are already dealing with fiat currencies, but cryptocurrency is more like a freedom to them, and they prefer to use cryptocurrency. The fifth is increasing financial transparency. Like working with the bank, traditional banks, they charge a lot. Nobody knows what kind of hidden fees they expect. So cryptocurrency can make a good impact because it provides transparency, though, and they understand that who's going to receive the funds and who's going to send the funds. So if we talk about the cryptocurrencies as a solution to final inclusion, if the government, I don't know if government is going to start off with the adoption of cryptocurrencies, which is very difficult. They want to control the world. If they want to control the world, they do not like to accept decentralized cryptocurrencies. But if they do, then it's going to increase the adoption of smartphone. It's more like a digitization. So people, they don't want to go to bank, but they want to access the financial services. Cryptocurrency is the best thing for them, and no need for a traditional bank account. Right now, the current system is we are actually divided into two things. One, everybody is right now using a traditional banking system as well as they are using cryptocurrencies right now. In my country, we prefer to work with cryptocurrencies. We prefer to trade within the cryptocurrency. But still, we have to find a solution that if there is a possible way to manage cryptocurrency at the same time and also managing our traditional banking. Cryptocurrency also provides us access to global market. If you are a retail, if you want to do an online business, if you start accepting cryptocurrencies, it's going to boost your business. And also for the customers, on the customer side, you can easily buy anything from cryptocurrency. If you have cryptocurrency, you don't need to wait for the bank to provide you fiat, and then you can go and buy your mobile charge, airtime or something. You can simply access your cryptocurrency, and you can simply buy something. That kind of platform who are providing cryptocurrency is a payment platform, payment method, sorry. We have traditional banking system already in place, so many problems. Even an ordinary person, I don't have any idea how this actually works, how many banks are involved when we are doing a transaction. And especially if we are doing remittance, it's absolutely doesn't make any sense for an ordinary person how much exactly he's paying. He's paying in fees, he's paying in exchange rate, and things going on. And if we talk about the crypto exchanges, then there is a simple solution, which is P2P. You actually use P2P. Someone sends you funds, you start using P2P, and then you can get what you want. Exact same rate, higher exchange rate, better financial situation. So traditional banks need to understand the crypto community expectation. So what if banks, traditional banks and cryptocurrency platforms starts working together? I know there's a situation in the US. Right now it's happening, but it's happening around decentralization. So we don't need centralization. We want to adopt more decentralization. But what if banks starts accepting cryptocurrencies? It's going to definitely affect the life of an ordinary person. Increased financial inclusion for the unbanked. Doesn't mean you don't need a bank account. You can simply, if you want cryptocurrency, you can have a phone and you can start using a cryptocurrency. But what if your banks also starts accepting cryptocurrency as a payment method, or maybe they start providing the liquidity in order to increase the adoption of cryptocurrency within the country. The second is improved transaction speed and efficiency. Of course, the blockchain distribution ledger can also help the banks in order to increase the transaction process and efficiency. Lower transaction costs for individuals and business. When it comes to individuals, they're already using cryptocurrency as a side ventures. They are spending money, they are buying goods, they are doing businesses. But if banks and cryptocurrency platforms starts working together, then everything can be controlled under one umbrella, and it's going to bring a good change in the life of an individual and a business person. Enhanced security, absolutely, blockchain is all about security. Increase investment opportunities for customers, creation of a more inclusive and efficient financial system. The future of banking, collaboration is the key. If they start collaborating, the cryptocurrencies platforms and banks, they can absolutely do wonders. They can start doing some, they can start launching some innovational products together. And cryptocurrencies are here to stay. Everybody knows, the world knows the adoption rate is 100% increasing almost every day. The cryptocurrencies is the future, and people want freedom. They want to control their own assets rather than they want someone to control their own assets. But there must be a way to find it, to do this kind of business in a better way. Cashless society, digitization is everywhere. But I'd like to mention about the CBDC. What happens with the CBDC, everybody knows. But we don't want CBDC. CBDC is more like a dollar in digital currency. We don't want it. They have so many problems. If the government and the institution wants to work for the betterment of the society, they need to work something unique and better. And they must need to understand the needs of a customer, of a user. And I'd like to quote about the El Salvador. What happens when they start accepting Bitcoin as a legal tender? Being honestly, I never heard about El Salvador before this happened. So now everybody knows. They are on the limelight now. Everybody knows that there's El Salvador. They started accepting Bitcoin, which is absolutely increasing in their tourism, increasing in their investment opportunities. So that's a good sign. What if other third world countries start using Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies? It's going to boost their economy. So like El Salvador, when they did, they actually get boosted in international profile. They started providing alternative payment method, lower remittance cost. Remittance, if we talk about remittance, the other countries, they start actually, every country almost receive like billions of dollars in remittance. And they have to face a lot of troubles when they are getting into the remittance. They have to provide KYC. They have to bear high cost. But remittance is the key to success of countries. Just like third world countries, they're mostly relying on remittances. Technological innovation and entrepreneurship. El Salvador started to receive the investment from technology and innovation entrepreneurs. And then the fifth, increased financial inclusion. Absolutely, it boosts their economy. It starts boosting their economy. Everybody is interested to visit El Salvador and try how they can actually start using Bitcoin in a coffee shop. Although right now it's illegal in most of the countries, the cryptocurrencies are illegal, but they still they are using it, but they are facing some sort of challenges which I really like to highlight here: volatility and instability. Due to the demand and supply of the cryptocurrencies, the currency rate always fluctuates a lot, which is definitely, at the same time, it's concerning. The second is unequal distribution. I'm talking about the crypto whales right now. They are buying the currency on a large sum, and it is affecting the price of cryptocurrency. So it is even decentralized, but still somehow the whales are controlling the cryptocurrencies, which is not good. So equal distribution is important. The third is lack of regulation. Cryptocurrencies, we don't have any regulations in the crypto world right now. So the problem is a lot of fake coins, scams are doing by the scammers. They are cheating. They are actually, and a lot of people who are coming into the crypto for the very first time, they are losing a lot of assets. So first of all, lack of regulation, and at the same time, education about the crypto is very important. You see nothing. If you want something to learn about crypto, you have to go to the YouTube. Or maybe you need an expert advice. But what if institutions starts providing you courses about crypto? How to use how to manage your assets. So here's my conclusion. The cryptocurrencies and the traditional banks, the developing countries and developed countries, they can work together, but they need to work on the needs of a user, of their peoples, and also they need to work on the regularities. Peoples want freedom. They don't want someone to control the world. And on the other hand, the institutions, the governments, they want to control the world. They want to control their own peoples. We need to find a middle way somehow, which is technically possible as far as I can understand. It is possible that if the government starts accepting some form of transaction fees of cryptocurrencies, then it can also give it a boost to their economy. But on the other side, on the user side, they can actually take benefits of the decentralization. They can take the freedom what they want in terms of the financial situation. So that's the conclusion, and we need to work together, and we need to understand the challenges, and we need to find a right solution all together. And thank you very much from all this presentation. I hope you enjoyed it.
In the human world, the advent of vehicles has brought people closer together. In cyberspace, global financial markets are going through tremendous changes. As a growing number of people are introduced to crypto assets, the world has been presented with more possibilities. Complexity, as well as opportunity, lurk in every corner. We wonder what we can do. Coinex links the crypto space with the real world. We deliver messages of love and hope through charitable actions. We help more individuals capture the panorama of the crypto world. Starting from the crypto market, we embrace every revolution. To make global finance more authentic and to make everyone's life easier, we strive to help more people worldwide feel the charm of crypto assets. Coinex. Coinex makes crypto trading easier.
Everyone, please join me in thanking Mr. Afzal for a proficient and charismatic presentation illustrating the gap in developing countries with cryptocurrency. Please put your hands together in a huge, well-deserved round of applause. Up next, please allow me to introduce Mr. Nitish Mishra, the co-founder of Chidex, to speak on the future of DEXs and interoperability. Please put your hands together in a huge round of applause for him.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I hope we just had our lunch. So a very good morning for people who are still sleeping. But thank you. I really appreciate 306 Crypto for giving me this opportunity to bring in light the very important topic, which I think has been missing for quite a lot of time. So my friend over here from BlockGenie, he very much explained the gap of blockchain. But do we understand why there's a huge gap in this whole system? The reason is we are not very interoperable. And to give you an example of why interoperability is necessary, try to figure out a world where if you wanted to access YouTube, you had to use a different set of calls. Definitely not a very ideal place to be, and definitely not a place which we are used to. That is one of the reasons why the adoption of Web3 or the adoption of blockchain has not been that great. Which brings me to the very important point of interoperability. And the future of DEX. So both of these things are going to merge with each other. So you see, if I had to give you a glimpse of what happened last year, I don't actually have to, I don't have to take you all through this passage of what happened with the FTX, how Terra collapsed, how Celsius collapsed, what happened with insider trading at Coinbase, Ronin hack, and I can go on and on about all of these things. But there's one thing, one very common thing that actually connects with all of them is that we do not have a platform where people can trust, or we don't have a platform where people can verify the assets. And that is where the problem of interoperability begins. If you have, let's say, an asset, you want to trade it today, where do you go? You definitely use a centralized exchange. You never go to a decentralized exchange. Why you don't go to a decentralized exchange? The very reason is because, first of all, it has its Uniswap. Okay, it only interacts with ERC20 protocols, like the tokens that are built on ERC20. You only swap with ERC20. If anything that comes beyond ERC20, you cannot do that. And if you have to do that, you end up using bridging solutions. You end up using wrap tokens. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not a great fan of wrap tokens. And I've never seen people being very happy about having a wrap token in their wallet. So that is one of the reasons why these things took the crypto world by storm. These things became the headline rather than the right things that need to happen in this industry. Now, definitely we can still push the envelope. With Chidex, we are trying to do that. But at the very same time, there are people who are understanding this problem, that if you really want to take care of your assets, then you actually have to go back to the fundamentals of blockchain, the very, very, very intrinsic problem-solving abilities. Which brings me to the next point, that yes, just because these systems failed, or just because these systems are proving that your assets are not as secure or as safe as they're supposed to be, there has been a huge rise in decentralized exchange in recent times. Which brings me again to the next problem, why this cross-chain interoperability. Already explained that one blockchain system is not designed to understand a different blockchain system. Or maybe a blockchain system is not at all designed to interact with anything that is beyond blockchain. Second reason, there are many layer ones, many layer twos. Now, if we talk about these different layers, okay, so even in those layers, the connection, the communication, even layer 1 and layer 2, in order for them to interact, they need a bridging solutions. Most of these bridging solutions are very vulnerable. Now, the third point, that is inability to perform transfer. It's not very easy for you to basically take Bitcoin from Bitcoin network and put it in Ethereum's network. It's almost next to impossible. We all know that. So, and the fourth point is, we need a distributed system. We don't need a disorganized system, right? As I already explained, you don't need a different set of internet to access your social media, and you don't need a different set of internet to do all your professional. As the philosophy goes, we have to verify and not trust. And this is where cross-chain matters. And this is where we at Chidex are trying to push the envelope by actually not using any bridging solution or any wrap tokens for you to transfer your assets from one protocol to another protocol without using any of these solutions. So, but again, you see, when I mention somebody even in today's, while I was interacting with quite few people, I had quite a lot of questions, like, do people even use DEX? I'm sure they do not use DEX. I'm sure still people, in fact, my first introduction to the trading of cryptocurrency, I personally did not use DEX. I started with, the centralized exchanges, the popular ones. I started, trading in those exchanges. But the problem that we realized is, people do not use DEX because of a couple of things. The very first thing is user interface. You see, the user interface isn't very feasible when it comes to decentralized exchange. And there's a huge set of, what can I say, gap in the knowledge or very less awareness about what decentralized exchange can do. And since it's not very feasible, centralized exchange, because if, let's say, for example, I have BNB, I want to convert it into ETH. What do I do? Which is the best place to go? Definitely a centralized exchange. Why would you even think about a decentralized exchange? This is the thought process that we have to change. If we really care about decentralization or scalability or, let's say, interoperability. But since we are talking about DEX, we are also talking about interoperability, these are the 4 problems that every DEX actually has to go through. The very first is liquidity constraints. Now, the problem with many DEXs that are not protocol DEX, so the protocol, for example, of protocol DEX is Uniswap or PancakeSwap. I'm not taking them into considerations because they're more of a swap rather than a different exchange where you trade your cryptocurrencies for profit. You can do that there, but still, they are meant for normal swapping within their protocol. So the very first constraint for DEXs, which are not protocol-based DEX, is liquidity constraints. So many a times, a DEX is as good as or is directly proportional to the liquidity it has. So if a DEX does not have liquidity, the DEX cannot perform a certain task. And that is a limitation, and that is also a very deterrent for quite a lot of people when they say that there's not huge amount of people or there's no huge amount of volume that's coming to the DEX. That becomes quite a deterrent for many people to use DEX. Second thing is third-party ownership of access. Now, the problem is they rely on third-party for their centralized exchange. You can definitely design a protocol, or you can definitely design a smart contract. You can make it secure because it's present on the blockchain. But what about the backend? So most of the time, the problem is these backends are still secured in a very, very conventional way, in a very Web 2 way. I'm not saying that everything is hackable, but yes, most of them are. Security, again, since there's quite a lot of third-party ownership, which grows. And when we started talking about this whole thing, I started talking quite a lot about this protocol-based swaps. So now these protocols-based swaps are the 4th problem, as mentioned over here. That is, the protocol allows only a similar kind of tokens or the tokens that are built on one single architect to interact with each other. Which actually brings me to the point, what do we do? How am I helping the situation? Or what are we doing to enable these things? So at ChaiDex, we are trying to be one of the first exchanges that does not rely on any protocol. In fact, it makes use of all the protocols. That is, we are multi-chain, we are non-custodial at any given point of time. You own the access, or you own the assets, you own the liquidity. The very second thing is platform. We are currently live on many EVM-based platforms, and we are also live on one non-EVM-based platform, that is Tron. And in very near future, we are going to be live on many non-EVM-based platforms, many non-EVM-based L1, L2s, and many other. We have also introduced INRC, which is Indian National Rupee-based stable currency. And soon we are going to introduce quite a lot of different stable currencies in different local markets. Now, these stable currencies, it's a decentralized exchange when enabling protocol-to-protocol transfers without any bridging solution, without any wrap tokens. You can actually see what is. So follow us, join us, and I'm a very big advocate of interoperability in this whole Web3 system. So anybody who wants to have a cup of chai with me and wants to interact, I'm open to discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nitish, for such a proficient and detailed presentation and really diving deep with us. Everybody, up next, I would like to introduce Mr. Dennis Omebitav, the Senior Business Developer of CLS, here to analyze the crypto market and market making. Please put your hands together in a huge round of applause to welcome him on stage.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dennis. I'm handling business development side here at CLS Global. And today we're going to talk about crypto marketing and crypto market making. So crypto is a rapidly developing industry. And I'm sure some of you have been buying Bitcoin here since it was $1. And many of you came here in 2017, as myself. But also one thing that we all have in common is that we constantly face these common issues, but the trick is to find less common solutions. And the actual issues, they start at the very first stages when the project is born, and they come with fundraising. So how to find money to launch a project, and what initial steps to take towards your further goals. Second challenge is building the community around your project. The community that will be using your products and the community that will be supporting your project throughout your journey. Challenge 3 is listing. So when it comes to TGE, many projects cannot properly decide which exchange to choose, whether they need DEXs or only centralized exchanges. And of course, a listing always should come with goals, because your token has goals, and your listing also should have certain reachable goals. So here at CLS, we execute more of a comprehensive approach to the aforementioned problems and challenges. So fundraising and marketing are applicable to the early stage of the project, while market making and liquidity management tools, they come in very handy on a TGE and further listing and trading development. So being on the market for more than 6 years, CLS is currently helping more than 300 various projects. We have successfully executed more than 60 marketing campaigns, and overall we have more than 90 exchanges integrated, which is basically any exchange that a project might want to list on. So everyone knows the actual value and importance of networking in our industry. And here at CLS, we've been growing that for quite some time. Of course, we'll be helping projects with fundraising way before, but we were able to grow our expertise and maximize the value that we bring to projects, and we introduced fundraising as a separate service. So here, CLS Ventures established half a year in VCs in our network. And we have made more than 30 successful investments into the early stage projects. And of course, all the talks about fundraising in our company, they come with personalized. Each of these points can be either a downfall of your project or a utter success of your marketing campaign. For example, community growth and management. Here, we have to mention that bots are not real people. And it's an obvious fact, but many marketing agencies, many advisors, they try to bring as many bots as possible to fake the real engagement on your community. We have to just accept one thing, that growing community overnight or in a month is nearly impossible. It takes some time, and we should always give it some time. SMM, social media marketing, is one of the most underestimated tools in crypto. Social media marketing should be the voice of your project, the voice that you speak to your community with. Have been fundraising and building for years and years, just by using social media as a main tool. Community likes the voice they speak to them, and community is supportive towards those projects. PR. PR, in our opinion, is a widely misused marketing tool, because PR, usually, in our experience, it doesn't bring you much of a new users, but it establishes the trust with your existing community and shows them that you are here for the long run. While influencers or KOLs, it's a very useful and very good tool, but only with the right timing and the right execution. I'm pretty sure you're all seeing the traveling bloggers or lifestyle strong and comprehensive DeFi project. So these things, and it is the solid base of your project. It's time to start converting your community members into your. Let me tell you now how market making becomes another important channel of turning exchange users. So by creating a richer trading environment on your markets, you ensure that investors, they feel safe to actively trade your token, as well as they see a potential return on their investment just by looking at your trading chart. So when it comes to listing on exchanges, as I already mentioned, there is always a question of how to follow, and then you'll be able to make the right choice in terms of your exchanges. First rule, know your community. For example, if your community is predominantly crypto native, you should expect them to be trading on decentralized exchanges. It's easier for them most of the times to use centralized exchanges because they're more user-friendly, as we already discussed in the previous presentation. Rule 2, know your product. And if your product has a lot of on-chain integrations, it's obvious that you cannot be existing only in centralized exchanges. But we usually mention it as a separate rule because we had funny cases in our practice too. Just recently, we had a quite strong GameFi project, and their token wasn't used very often. Know your tokenomics. And when it comes to tokenomics and initial launch strategies, we have to understand that the most important part of your tokenomics here is the initial circulating supply and the potential selling pressure. So in some cases, selling pressure is easier to be handled on centralized exchanges rather than on decentralized exchanges. And of course, know your roadmap, rule 4. By that, we mean that listing on a big marketing announcement. So with the right timing, you can multiply the effects of your listing. So let us take a closer look on the, unlike centralized exchanges, DEXs are full of bots. Those are various bots, starting with sniping bots, front-running bots, sandwich bots, and so many other types of bots. So, but the most important ones for you in the first minutes and hours of your listing is sniping bots. Those are the bots who are responsible for pump and dumps, and they're hurting your community. So liquidity protection is one of the most important steps of your initial launch. Volume support. Healthy volumes imply consistent growth of your project. And this is something that community members, advisors, partners, VCs, even exchanges, they're constantly checking projects' volumes. And price management. Sell pressure on the listing, as we already discovered, can be an issue. So here it's important to manage your liquidity pool the way that you can handle the potential price dumps. So when it comes to centralized exchange support, our goal is actually creating favorable trading conditions. Not to get into the much detail, there is a GIF that we have. It's pretty much self-explanatory. The debt market turns into vibrant and active trading. But let's be honest, most exchanges, except for maybe the top 2 exchanges, they don't really have enough organic trading. So the only way to ensure that you get the most out of your centralized exchange listing is actually to invest into your trading first. So users don't necessarily check out your charts. Most of them, when they research a project, they go market making. It covers price difference between exchanges, arbitrage gaps, spread, the depth of your order book, daily volumes, and of course, trust scores or confidence scores. So coming to a natural conclusion of our presentation, I'd like to share some of the cases in our practice. So the case that we usually like to share on such events is Jasmy Coin. Initial setup, when we just started working with them, they were listed on a couple of small exchanges and had quite low or moderate liquidity. And the trading activity, the daily volumes were quite low too. So as for today, they're listed on the two biggest exchanges, Coinbase and Binance. The liquidity has increased 100 times, and average daily trading volume that they have now is usually around $75 million. Another case, since now we all see meme coins here and there, all over the place, of course, we are presenting another case of ours with meme coins. So Floki, especially the ones of you who live in Dubai, you probably heard of them because at a certain point, all the airports and malls and streets were covered in their promotional materials and ads. But initially, they had only 2 small exchanges when we just met them. But however, they had a very strong DEX. But the inconsistency of the trading chart, which is very common among meme coins, was there, and it wasn't really contributing to the overall development of the project. So last week, we were happy to receive the news and actually contribute to their Binance listing. Now they have most of the centralized exchanges developed and blooming. And the average buy power increase, the bid side power, is 100x. And the last case I really want to share with you, it's the case from last week. Unfortunately, I cannot disclose the client, but the numbers, we're going to discuss the numbers specifically. So it was a listing of a project on Uniswap version 3 Ethereum network. And they have pretty average community, around 7K members across Twitter, Discord, and Telegram. And the initial liquidity that the project was providing was 75K. So what happened is, when they just listed, the sniping bots came in. And the idea of sniping bots is to buy your token before your users scan, even before it appears on the Uniswap page, pump the price, and when the actual users comes to buy a token, they dump it on them. So by protecting their initial liquidity, we were able to save $1.3 million worth of tokens. We were able to get more than 1,800 bot transactions and ensure a 75x growth in the price. So I sincerely thank you for the time, and I'm happy that we were able to discuss these points. And as a gratitude, we offer you a bonus slide. It's a QR code. You can just follow it, scan it, fill out a short form, and we will team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dennis, for your electrifying dialogue on crypto market and market making. Please, everybody, put your hands together in a huge, well-deserved round of applause. Up next, we have an announcement. Services in the industry. With their proprietary trade matching system and excellent user experience, they are dedicated to building a highly secure, stable, and efficient cryptocurrency exchange for global users We have a video for you. Everybody, please enjoy.
Making crypto trading easier. In the human world, the advent of vehicles has brought people closer together, are going through tremendous changes. As a growing number of people are introduced to crypto assets, the world, we wonder what we can do. Coinex links the crypto space with the real world. Individuals capture the panorama of the crypto world. Starting from the crypto market, easier. We strive to help more people worldwide feel the charm of crypto assets. Making crypto trading easier. In the human world, the advent of vehicles has brought people closer together. In cyberspace, global financial markets are going through tremendous changes. As a growing number of people are introduced to crypto assets, the world has been presented with more possibilities. Complexity, as well as opportunity, lurk in every corner. We wonder what we can do. Coinex links the crypto space with the real world. We deliver messages of love and hope through charitable acts of the crypto world. Starting from the crypto market, we embrace every revolution. To make global finance more authentic and to make everyone's life easier, we strive to help more people worldwide feel the charm of crypto assets. Coinex. Coinex makes crypto trading easier. Making crypto trading easier.
Up next, please allow me to introduce Ms. Nastya Adamova, the co-founder and COO of Babs Labs, here to unveil and emphasize the distinct value of brand awareness in crypto success. Everybody, please put your hands together in a huge round of applause.
Are you sure it's, oh, okay, it's working right now. Hello, everyone. Are you alive after lunch? Are you still with me? Okay, I will be quick. I will try to do my best. Let me check how it works. Okay. Can you help? So my name is Nastya Adamova. I am presenting a PR and communication marketing strategy company who is working with immersive tech, blockchain, artificial intelligence, IoT startups, and help them to build their story, help them to tell their story to their audience, help them to basically do from strategy to execution all over social media marketing and community build. Our team is pretty experienced. We are almost like 4 years on blockchain market and 15 years in tech industry. So we know all ins and outs about this. And today I was thinking about telling a little bit and discover, help you to discover more about brand awareness in Web3 space. What does it really mean? So let's just start with this. How many of you know what is brand awareness? Except you just wrote it, read it on a slide. No one? Okay. You are choosing between two almost the same bottles of cola, but one is like Coca-Cola and one is like no brand. So this is something that we learn from school, yeah? But what does it mean brand in Web3 space? Web3 space is still emerging market. It's still so young. There are not many companies who already established their brands here. And it is still for pretty crypto-savvy people. If you go on a mass market and you show the logo of, I don't know, amazing like 1inch or Hacken or I don't know, Consensus. No one knows them because they're like very crypto-related brands. So our mission here is, first of all, to show the brand and to be sure that people are aware of and recognize this brand, that they actually exist in the market. This is the first step. So today I will tell a little bit how to do it. So why do we need brand awareness in Web3? I mean, like probably you already know some things, but I see only 3 possible main, how to say, things that you need to be sure about. So first one is to generate a buzz and to generate new leads to your business. So it's obvious. The second one is to build trust, because lots of brands in Web3 space are raising money and they need financial help. But how to assure that you are not like kind of investing in scam? So building brand is also building a trust. So when you establish your brand, it helps you a lot to fundraise. It helps a lot to allocate very good partnerships and collaborations that can leverage on this brand. Third one, I already mentioned second, yeah. So transparency and sense of belonging. This is what I want to stop and say, like, this is so new, but it's only Web3 community focus approach that we are experiencing right now. People want to know, how did you start? What kind of like founders behind this? What kind of like team behind this? Who are like, they are like what they are looking engaged in the building of the company and building your brand. This is like like specifically a Web3 approach to any of the things you are doing. Community, social media, or branding. So I see these 3 things. Okay, let's go. What is brand story or messaging in our case? As a PR and marketing company, we work also on branding side a lot. And we help to build a brand from scratch. But it's not only like logo or tagline, how people consider it. It's also a lot of like sense and meaning behind your purpose of existing, about your brand promise, about your values. It's also like a lot of work on unique sales proposition and helping to shape this into a messaging that will be easy to explain to mass audience. Because we need to understand that we are now operating with a very small niche community of crypto-savvy people. And any brands that want to be as a Coca-Cola in the future, they need to target mass audience, they need to target mass market, and they need to follow mass adoption rather than like focus on those who already knows what is crypto. So in this case, very important to do a very good articulated messaging. When you articulate your messaging, you can actually explain what kind of value your product brings to the audience. And you will lose a lot of time, efforts, and probably money you invested in creating of the brand, and you will never achieve your goal. Because consistency is a key to keep people recognize your brand every single day and used to it. At some level, they become your brand advocates. They become loyal to your brand. So we are coming from brand awareness to the brand loyalty. So keep in mind consistency. This is an example of our own brand manifesto, how we call it, and inclusivity. That's why we are a female-led company. We have a separate initiative called WebShe. I will tell you about it a little bit later. Our idea is to bring power to the people. That's why we are kind of aligned a little bit with John Lennon. And so this is like our mission statement, our promise that helps to distinguish us from other PR and marketing companies. Of course, there is a visual part too. So we don't forget about like brand guidance, about colors, but there are much more than rather than just brand book you are creating. We have like 3 categories, yeah? of media, how you work with the media. One is like pretty easy, it's owned media. So your blog, your LinkedIn, your Medium, your website, blog, whatever. That's like the easy part. And I'm sure lots of projects here are doing this. And they creating content for your own blog to tell your own story. The second one is like earned media. Earned media is something that's not so easy to get. Why I'm telling this? Because I'm sure you try to work with PR companies or you try to pitch to some magazines or digital platforms who are creating news. Journalists, editors of magazines, they receive tons of emails. They receive like numerous information every day, and it's so hard to be outstanding here. So that's why normally, like when you pitch your story directly to the magazine, you will not be covered. This is like where the PR company is coming and where we can help you to do it. Because we established our relationships with media outlets across the globe, and we know how to make your story sexy, how to make your story be published. We know how to work with ping-pong discussions, what should be deleted from the article, what should be added to make it more interesting for the audience to read. So earned media is those one you should target, because this is something that people trust. When they read news in Financial Times or Bloomberg, they for sure recognize your brand, and they for sure will remember your brand. So this is how you kind of achieve those three goals we mentioned before. You are achieving trust, you're achieving recognition, you are generating new leads, and you also create a sense of belonging for those who wants to be attached to your brand. There is also a paid media option, yeah? Paid media is like easy one. I'm sure you already used it. So you can do PR via press releases, you can pay sponsorship article, and this is something that crypto companies doing a lot, just because paid media is easy. So you pay, you receive, nothing else. Journalism itself, and ask a question. Do people trust sponsorship articles? Do they really find who are paid? They want to see something that is like vetted, validated, kind of checked. So that's why paid media and like a lot of crypto PR, which is pay to play, obviously, right now experience something very interesting. Because right now we are start moving finally to the real journalism, where people, editors, like journalists, want to write about something that is actually changing the world. So they need to think about themselves, and they need to be sure that they did a due diligence before publishing anything, not to be in a very difficult position afterwards. So yeah, you can use all of these tools to tell your story, but when you target the earned media, you should try to get a good story and to publish it in a reliable, trustful media outlet. Okay, what about things that makes your story sexy, which I mentioned before? First of all, you need to understand that people read news that are trendy. If like you are launching new iPhone, so any story related to launching of new iPhone will be sexy, because it's interesting, people read about this, they want to have overview, what is going on, what is like happening, or Elon Musk tweeted something, so everyone wants to read about this. If you try to do a story, you need to check what is trending right now. You need to try to understand if there is an angle of your story can be attached to this trending thing. If you can do it, if you can manage it, probably you will have a higher chances to get published. This is why we like try to monitor trending things and try to make story depending on those trends that are happening on the market. Another very important thing about to make your story better is never forget about the visual part. Unfortunately, our generation is already done with reading. They want to see pictures. They want to, like, if the picture is catchy, if it's interesting, they will probably open the story and read it. If it's not, sorry. Like, I already scroll my feed. I don't want to read anything. I haven't found anything that caught my attention. So please do not undervalue the power of visual content. Please do professional photo shots. Please, when you do any kind of social media activity in your team, please make sure that you have a very good quality visual content. This will help to publish your story. There are a lot of other reasons. I'm sure you already studied. This is a very good marketing research. If someone will be interested in more details, I can share with you. It's like MacRack, pretty known PR platform. And they're doing research yearly, so they are sharing interesting trends. I want to show you something else also from this report, which is very important to know for those who are trying to achieve their PR goals internally. Because we are here to help, we are here to educate, and we trying to share from our knowledge and our experience. So why editors or journalists reject your pitches? As you see, timing is a key. That's why we talk about trends. If there is a news trending on the market and you are trying to pitch something and you are on time sharing this story, not in 1 week after already everyone wrote about it, but right now, 1-2 days maximum, you will have a high chance to be published. If you are launching new platform, new product, everything that's happening with your company, and you decide to write an article about it, be sure that your PR person or PR team who is working with you know about you until this news will, no one will be care about it. So timing is a key. Another very common rejection point is lack of personalization. Unfortunate, people think that if they create a sales pitch with what they are selling to potential clients, B2B partners, whatever, the same pitch will be interesting for the newspaper. No. No one cares what are you selling. No one cares what actually you are doing. Until you bring value to the audience, no one cares about you. So when you write a pitch, be sure that you are not like other people just selling your project. Be sure that you have a proper angle to talk about your company. Be sure that you have something that specifies you on a market and you know what are you talking about. This is how we try to do with ourselves. We do our own PR for sure. And when we pitch us, we always have diversity, inclusivity in our pitch because it's something that distinguishes us. It's something that makes us more human, more personalized. People remember it. And of course, don't forget that you need to bring value. There are other reasons why people reject your pitches. Let's move further. I told you already that messages. People tweet and tag them. People send DM in LinkedIn. People try to do it so many different ways. But according to statistics, 98% of pitches that actually covered in placement are received from one-to-one email. So traditional PR didn't change a lot. It's the same way how people do it before. And mostly coverage is going from like email, direct communication with the journalist or editor. And I can tell you there is a high chance that email from you, who like the editor or journalist doesn't know personally, will not be opened. But there is a high chance if a PR company working for you write this email because they know and they have this connection. They have this like established relationship for years. So when you take a look at these numbers, you will understand why we are having our business, why we are doing it. Because finally, only connections and network matters. Of course, matters your story. We mentioned it before. But when you try to reach with this story to the final person who makes decision, be sure that you also have access to this network. There are some like small pause for our advertisement for sure. Those are clients we featured in these media outlets. There are much more, it's just some samples. So we work with like global, both like crypto-related and mass outlets, and we help them to create a quality content and to publish interesting articles for our clients. I also added a few case studies, and this is just for you to understand how PR, professional PR works. So when we work with a client, we know who are they, who are their founders, what they do, what kind of like thing they want to achieve. And for example, like this, one of the like companies we work, Token Tracks, we actually received around like 40 organic publications in Tier 1, Tier 2 media, which is like a very, very rare, especially if you are like not paying for them, if you actually earn them. But you need to build a strategy. PR strategy is a core, and you need to be on the top of what is happening in the company and in the market. Yeah. Okay, let's go next. This is some samples of the articles. Place a brand. Right now I want to share more about founder story. Founder story is a very powerful tool to leverage on. Because lots of brands in Web3 space, we already like talked about it, they are still unknown. No one knows them because they haven't achieved anything else. They are mainly they are startups. Mainly they probably have like team members, pitch deck, and maybe they already built some kind of like MVP. Maybe not. So there is nothing to talk about. This startup haven't. It's like two amazing companies. Doctor of Science. He's for sure know what is like artificial intelligence or blockchain. He already did something for United Nations. I don't know. He's like teaching like kids at school for blockchain. It can be everything. But it's very important to leverage your brand on the founder story, because this is how you can actually connect your background, your experience. This is like a case study of profile raising, because this service is called profile raising. And this is case study of my co-founder, Katie. She's not here today, but she is, a year ago we started. She has interest in like, all of these achievements we actually received by constant profile raising. How you do it? So you are writing like thoughtful leaderships, which is articles that like share your expert opinion as a person rather than a brand, but you're of course mentioning the brand too. You are taking part in AMAs, podcasts, different types of TV channels and like YouTube channels. You are speaking at the events, you are creating blogs, you are doing even like leverage your personal profile. Yeah, and it has very good results eventually, so to get them on a stage. There are top management, there are other tools to do it, so you need, of course, actually can do it. Okay, let's go. It's the last point. I promise you, I'm not bother you anymore. Events. Yeah, we all know the power of events for the brand. Even here, you can see amazing projects on exhibition. And you know that when you place a booth, when you kind of interacting with the audience on personal level, when you can really share your story, founder can stand on a booth and like share your story, say like, yeah, we are doing this and this. So it creates trust, it generates leads, it helps to create a sense of belonging. We are achieving all of these goals. But like in addition to sponsoring big events, you also can do your own events. Don't forget that instead of telling each client in person your story, you can invite 30 clients or and share one story from the stage and sell all of them at once. So every time you are planning to do anything like this, like have this opportunity and try to use this opportunity at this market. It's something that you can do easily. You can also do like online events. You can do roundtables. You can do metaverse activations. There are lots of tools right now that can actually connect people from different places of the world and use the opportunities to leverage your brand through events. This is an example of event we are doing. It's called WebShe. WebShe is event which has 3 pillars. One is diversity and inclusivity in Web3 space, another one is sustainability, and the third one is creator economy. Last year we did like a small roadshow of 3 events around the globe. This year we already did like 5. We are completely dying, but we know that this is something that helps to bring our brand, Babs, on some level. And we always do invite only private small events, which helps us to be sure that the quality of people that are coming to our event is very good. And we invite all of our clients here because we know that clients will benefit from our network. So this is how we create a pipeline also for our clients, not only for us. Yeah, this is some pictures. We always do a little bit of party or networking afterwards. Yeah, there are also something about our clients with whom we are working. Yeah, and this is about me. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you for your time. I hope it was useful. Happy to connect with you, and please come to our booth at the exhibition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nastia, for this incredibly well-rounded exploration of brand awareness in Web3 and Babs Lab's innovative vision and approach. Dear audience, please join me in giving a very well-deserved your hands together in a huge round. Up next, allow me to welcome Dr. Deepan, founder of GD10 Capital, here to dissect Web3 games and the metaverse. Where are we now, and where do we need to be?
Okay, so this is green. Okay, fantastic. So, yep, thank you for having me here to speak. My name's Deepan. I'm the founder of GD10 Capital. We're a private VC entity, but we will also soon announce another fund, a Singaporean entity, purely for deploying capital into metaverse technologies with a very focused niche in sports and in fashion, okay? So I'm going to talk to you a bit about blockchain games in the metaverse. So basically, you know, blockchain games, what they are, what went wrong, and problems and solutions, and how this led to metaverse, what went wrong with metaverse and Web3, problems and solutions, okay, and where we need to move forward basically as an industry. So as GD10, we were very early into many gaming, many metaverses, okay, but there's definitely things that need to change within the industry. Nastia spoke about narrative and branding. Basically, what I'm going to present to you is you know, how we actually got the... We'll start by speaking about blockchain games. So what are blockchain games? So Blockchain games are games that have blockchain technology, okay? And actually now we can kind of differentiate between blockchains. There's a lot of talent coming from the typical traditional gaming industry and now building games and implementing blockchain, okay? So where did GameFi or blockchain games come from? And it's important to understand this, to understand, you know, what basically went wrong. So as we know, there was a massive surge in the interest in two technologies, which was NFT and TVL by 2022, massive, massive growth. And NFTs were the same, okay? So in 2021, NFTs had a $20 to $30 billion market capitalization, and by 2030, we expect this to 10x. So, you know, we'll be approaching the $300 billion market capitalization. So massive, massive growth. And ownership. And, you know, we're able to do this because of the blockchain. So the blockchain gave us transparency, and it gave us security. So for the first time ever, you know, our digital interactions, you know, are secured, they're validated on the blockchain. So now we have ownership over our digital assets. So this was fantastic, but there was exponential growth in these two technologies. And so, you know, as a community, we really wanted to use these technologies into a market segment that will actually value this. Because the problem we had was, you know, much of the industry was still very, very speculative, okay? The use cases we were finding for DeFi protocols, the use case we were finding for NFTs were still very, very speculative. So, but we had these things, and we wanted to give them use. Now, as a community, we need to identify where we can make them useful. So we need to identify a market segment that, you know, one is anything but speculative, okay? Number two, will actually love and cherish this technology because it's going to be useful to this market segment. And number three, a market segment that is growing, okay? Because if we tackle those three things, this market segment is going to carry our Web3 and lead to adoption, okay? And that was gaming. Okay, we identified that. Hold on a minute. Gaming is anything but speculative. You know, the gaming industry, we've been trading digital assets, having in-game economies for as long as we can remember. They're going to love this technology. And the gaming industry is set to grow by hundreds of billions of dollars, okay? And it's going to take Web3 with us. So this is how this came about. Now, the problem with this, I guess the problem with this was the first movers in understanding these technology studios, they were, sorry, could I grab a water bottle, please? So they weren't gaming studios, they were actually blockchain guys, okay? So the blockchain community, the Web3 community, were the ones that saw this opportunity. So what happened was, you know, the protocols we were building, the games we were building were blockchain technology first with some kind of game second, because it was our community building these things. So, you know, it was token economies, staking, you know, NFTs, in-game assets becoming NFTs, NFT marketplaces, and then some kind of game second, okay? Because retail wanted this, Web3 retail wanted this, VCs wanted this, we were finding anything with blockchain with some kind of game. But again, the problem is we developed GameFi. Okay, we didn't actually have good games. We had some blockchain stuff happening with some kind of game that we were trying our best to create. And it's an issue because the games weren't fun. Okay, the games weren't fun. And we're in a situation now where many of these games or these GameFi protocols don't have that much volume. And it wasn't just the blockchain guys or us that were getting this wrong. The gaming studios were also getting it wrong, okay? So most gaming studios, you know, rightly so, were observing the marketplace, observing the industry, seeing what would happen. But the ones that were public also got it wrong, okay? So you remember, and you all remember this, December 2021, Activision with the Call of Duty franchise, they said, hey, we're going to do NFTs now. Okay, we're also going to do NFTs, but we're going to do it the same way the blockchain guys are doing it, okay? So you know, you can now, you know, buy and sell your digital items. The weapons are going to be NFTs. You can buy skins. These are also NFTs. And hey, we're going to create a NFT marketplace for you where you can trade these things. Okay? But it had massive backlash. Okay? It had massive backlash, and they had to step down from this position. Why did that happen? It happened because no one wanted this. Okay? Everyone just wanted fun games. okay? Because we know what it takes to build good games. So games need to be, they need to be fun, obviously. And they need to be intuitive. They need to be easy to play. And they need to have enough replayability values. Less intuitive, and people didn't want to come back to using these things and learning about MetaMask and blockchain and what all of these things were. Okay, it was having the opposite effect. So we got it wrong as an industry, and the gaming studios that were open about it also got it wrong. It was a massive problem, okay? So the solution is obvious, okay? The solution is we need to build good games first. And this will come from talent from the traditional gaming industry coming into our blockchain industry and building these games. And the blockchain element needs to add some kind of magic to the game that wouldn't exist in a Web 2 game, okay? So, for example, within a game, you win an in-game asset or an item or a piece of clothing. We also ship out the physical version, of this in-game digital asset you've won. And there's ways we can peg the physical clothing game item using NFC technology. There's ways to do this, okay? And, I'll give you an example of one of our games, Cross the Ages. They recently closed traditional gaming studios like Ubisoft, Square Enix, as well as typical investors like Animoca brands. They are a trading card game, okay, like Magic the Gathering. But this trading card game, which you play with each other, has NFCs. So the cards have NFCs in. The NFCs link this card to an NFT on the blockchain. So if you own this, you can now enter their Unreal Engine 5 metaverse, okay? Because the thing, people liked about the thing. So how did we get from GameFi to metaverse? So the other thing blockchain does is it allows for interoperability, okay? So now one virtual environment can be interoperable with another virtual environment. So we ended up with a number of blockchain games or GameFi that had minimal utility, okay? But they recognized, hold on a minute, actually, because of blockchain interoperability, this virtual environment, or my game, is now interoperable with your game, okay? So my digital assets and digital identity, I technically can now take this into your virtual environment, and this is the start of the metaverse. Okay, combined with lots of additional political stuff, so companies like Alibaba, Tencent, Chinese companies were purchasing different IPs to the metaverse before the CCP said, hey, we don't want our kids to play games. There's lots of things happening. Facebook changed their name to Meta. A Web3 game, Star Atlas, a metaverse game, really took off. So lots of things pushed this metaverse agenda. And many Web3 games were then saying, hey, actually, we're not just a game, we're a metaverse because we have blockchain, okay? So this is where this big Web3 narrative branding came. And you all remember this. Many games that were just games were rebranding themselves into metaverses. So, hey, we're not just a first-person shooter game now. We're the first-person shooter in the metaverse, purely because we have blockchain, okay? They're going to traditional brands and saying, hey, we're going to bring you the metaverse because we're blockchain. But the problem is they're not a metaverse. There's a massive difference between a game and a metaverse, okay? So games are very, very limited and fixed in their objectives. Metaverse are way more broad, okay? At the very least, metaverses need to be persistent, okay? So, and they need to be able to scale. So, a metaverse needs to be big, just like the real world, okay? And if you do something in the metaverse, if you're a first-person shooter and I shoot a door and it gets damaged, it needs to stay damaged, okay? Persistence and scale is very important when building metaverses. Second, metaverses need to have an adamant focus on socialization and interactivity. Okay, so just like in the real life, you can come to a metaverse, you can spontaneously meet people, make friends, have hobbies, have groups. This is very important. Many games want that. 3, user-generated content. Okay, so just like the real world, a metaverse, you need to be able to come to this place, you need to be able to build stuff, build economies, okay? Very important, but there's a big difference between a game and a metaverse, okay? So, and the other thing is, the metaverse infrastructure, it just doesn't exist yet, okay? So a true metaverse, to be interoperable between one virtual environment to another virtual environment, you know, it's not as simple as saying, because there's blockchain, you know, I know that I have this asset, and now I can potentially use this asset in your metaverse. It doesn't work like that, because these virtual environments have different game mechanics, different physics. I can't be Super Mario in Super Mario's metaverse, and then go into Sonic the Hedgehog's metaverse. My Mario needs to be conducive to the physics of this second metaverse, okay? It's very, very challenging. And companies are working on, you know, standardizing assets across virtual environments now, in particular NVIDIA, because if the metaverse does happen, NVIDIA probably stands the most to gain, because it'll be their processing power. But the point is, we're very, very far away from a true metaverse actually happening. What we're not far away from is putting the infrastructure in place to be ready for when a metaverse comes, you know, a metaverse eventually becomes a reality. So, I'll give you some examples. What we need to understand first is there's technologies that underpin metaverse. Okay, first and foremost, these technologies are AR, VR, some other immersive technologies, and blockchain. So what we need to do now is identify where this AR, VR technology can be applied with a very obvious business model. You know, you're going to make a lot of profit because we're going to sell land. The problem is, volume is not going to exist in this land for 10 to 20 years, so it will devalue. It's not going to work. We need to focus on AR, VR, and apply it to market segments with an obvious business model. I'll give you some. So gaming is obvious, but I'm going to give some other examples. So we've been funding, we basically funded anything that was sports and metaverse, okay? But I'm not going to show myself. $1 trillion by 2030, huge growth. So where is the growth in the fashion industry going to come from? It's going to come from emerging markets, obviously. It's going to come from sustainability. That's a big one for fashion. But two other things, okay? It's going to come from innovation, and it's going to come from e-commerce. Okay, so we talk about e-commerce. Many premium fashion brands are still relatively new to actual e-commerce, okay? So Dior first had an e-commerce website only 2 years ago. They're new to this. But e-commerce is obvious, and people want this because it's convenient. Okay. Okay, so now not only do you go to a website, you know, and you can see what's in stock, in a virtual environment, you can now go to the actual store, you can see what's there, and you can also see what it looks like. On your avatar, that's the same shape and size as you. Okay? So there's a very obvious applicability of virtual technologies in fashion, as well as some other industries like sports, but that's what we need to focus on. So about the fashion industry, for example, something else is happening, okay? Many of these premium fashion brands are already exploring. So, you know, Balmain, Burberry, Kurtz & Rain, D&G, Givenchy, Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Jimmy Choo, they've all created NFT collections and given these NFTs some utility in the metaverse. So not only will these fashion brands have a virtual environment, this is obvious, like every company first had a web page, then a Facebook page, and then a virtual environment. Not only will they have a virtual environment, but that virtual environment is going to be blockchain ready. Okay. So why is this? Gucci has a virtual environment that's underpinned by blockchain. When the metaverse infrastructure catches up, okay, and you know, standardization of assets across metaverses become a reality, Gucci can decide, hey, my metaverse will now connect with Louis Vuitton's metaverse, will connect with Sandbox. Like I said, we're focused on sports, and we deploy capital into projects that are solving these genuine use cases, okay? So we're still very, very far off from a genuine metaverse. There's so many issues to making this a reality. One of the major issues is standardization of assets, okay, across these different metaverses, these key industries, okay? And I'll be around later. Please do connect with me. I'm very active on Twitter. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Dr. Diban. That was quite the session. Your energy was incredibly electrifying. Please join me in giving a very, please allow me to make an announcement regarding CoinX. The CoinX core team members are from world-leading internet and finance companies, including the earliest adopters and professionals of cryptocurrency who boast rich experience in global operations and services in the industry. With their proprietary trade matching system and excellent user experience, they are dedicated for you. We hope you enjoy.
Making crypto trading easier. In the human world, the advent of vehicles has brought people closer together. In cyberspace, global financial markets are going through tremendous changes. The world has been presented with more possibilities, complexity, as well as opportunity lurk in every corner. We wonder what we can do. CoinX links the crypto space with the real world.
Up next, we're welcoming an exciting session and an exceptional speaker. Everyone, please join me in welcoming Kuku Koala, the ambassador of IMOV, here to shed light on business setup in mainland and the free zone. Everyone, please put your hands together in a huge round of applause for them.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ku Kuala, and I represent iMove. It is actually a self-sustainable multi-utility project. Well, first off, we roughly basically started about like 16 months ago. We had a concept of move to earn, but then again, we felt that there has to be something else in order to back what we have got planned for the move to earn application itself. Because we think that move to earn on the blockchain is basically the next step that the traditional or the Web 2.0 setup is going to shift towards to the Web 3.0 setup. This is going to be the form that it's going to acquire eventually. Talking about the move to earn space, well, there is a $500 billion economy or the market for fitness alone. And we saw it. We saw how it went, how it happened when the globe was struck by COVID. People could not go to the fitness centers, and they basically just lagged behind in terms of their fitness. They couldn't just release the stress, with most of us like to do via the fitness clubs. So if we had this model developed fully, at that time, people wouldn't have had to go to the clubs or have any physical association with these sort of clubs. Now, talking about iMove in general, as I earlier mentioned, it is a multi-utility project. Now, talking about the multi-utilities, we start with the move to earn application. Now, you must be wondering, there's so many move to earn application. Why iMove? I mean, in this space, we have competitors that are literally sitting at $2.5 billion market cap. Why would people want to invest in something that's as new as 16 months and is literally finding its way up to the top of the ranks in the move to earn space? Well, innovation only gets better in this space, and competition makes you bring innovation to its next level, and that's exactly what we have done with iMove. Now, with iMove, as I earlier mentioned, it is a multi-utility project. We have established an ecosystem wherein we don't, the ecosystem does not need any sort of help or any sort of support from the external factors. The ecosystem in itself is self-sustainable, it starts all the way from iMove's incubation program. The incubation program works in a way that we review projects based on 4 pillars, which is sustainability, it is the utility, the active utility, as well as the financial stability and intent. So as soon as we review these projects on base of these 4 pillars is when we accept them for the incubation. Now, in order for you to have the incubation functional, the primary requirement for the project has to be that exposure, that connection that it has out there in the space. We all know how crypto basically is, or any Web3 related project. Doesn't matter how strong the project is or how well developed their innovation is. If they're not exposed, they're definitely not going to make the market. Now, in order to expose them is what the incubation project is all about. Now, talking about exposure, iMove itself is connected with over 55 influencers on Twitter alone. And when I say influencers, I'm talking about the influencers in the likes of Lily. I'm talking about influencers, for example, John Cena, Fahang, Japanese pro footballer. All these people actively started posting about iMove. We didn't pay them, we didn't invite them over. They got to know about the project. And I think from whatever we reviewed and whatever we asked them about their active participation in supporting the project, they said the sentiment that the application has, this is the only application you're going to find, which is iMove's move to earn application, that has a separate dedicated section on the application itself which is dedicated to specially able people. From business perspective, we're looking at a market of 10% of global world population that's specially able, and again, which equates to over 1 billion potential investors. I mean, we have already started seeing the effects in our community. Around 8 to 12% of people in our community has nothing to do with the application. They have nothing to do with the blockchain or the technology. It's sheerly sentiment-based. They have daughter who's disabled or one of their family members is disabled, so we have already seen we already are seeing the effects of this sort of approach taking its effect on in terms of the adoption in general. Now, moving over to talking a little bit more about the incubation program, we started with incubating Murati AI. We have one of the team members from Murati AI with us. So Murati AI is actually an AI image, a meme-generated project, which has a bot which generates anime pictures as per the description that you're going to feed the system. Now, when we first accepted Murati AI for the incubation, it had around 308 to 400 organic members. After we started incubating Murati AI is when we started is when the numbers grew from 309 all the way up to, as of right now, 20,000 plus members. So moving on, we have iMove's chain. So as I said, as soon as a project is reviewed based on the 4 pillars, and as soon as it's launched, it has its pre-sale, it's going to get listed on the iMove's chain. We already have over 35 projects that wants to get incubated by iMove based on the effects, based on what they saw happen to Murati AI, from 300 to over 20,000 plus active investors in their group. Now, once they get listed on the blockchain, which is iMove chain, again, it is AI generated. The special thing about this iMove chain is it's going to be faster than BSC. It's going to be more efficient in terms of cost per transaction. I'm a huge fan of BSC and Ethereum, but again, innovation only gets better. So as soon as more projects get listed on the chain, via the iMove's incubation program, which is the first step, and the chain will then start processing volume. So if you have the iMove chain, you've had to have iMove Explorer. If you want to track the transaction on iMove chain, you will use iMove Explorer. Next comes the iMove pad. We're going to help projects launch on iMove's pad itself. Now, the special thing about iMove's pad is that it will have an insurance system. It will have on-platform tools for innovative projects, because we know the DeFi space at times can be a little difficult if you're trying to find the right skill or the right person to do a job. We, again, are going to be reviewing them based of the earlier mentioned 4 pillars, and once we review, we onboard these sort of skills, be it a graphics developer, be it a marketing agent, be it someone who's good at coding, etc., and etc., and we will be offering them these services on the pad itself. Now, that's one thing about the pad. Of course, it's also going to have referral system on the iMove pad, which means with small fee, with on-platform tools that are going to be available for the projects that get listed on the pad, we're also going to have a referral system. So there will be an active referral system on iMove's pad. Now, this referral system basically works in a way that it starts creating a ripple effect. One project or one investor reaches out to the next one, and then the next one. And all of this basically comes from the small commission that iMove is going to take in order to get that project listed on the pad in the first place. Moving on to iMove Wallet. I mean, if you have the chain, you have the Explorer, you have the pad, you must have the wallet. Again, whatever projects I'm mentioning, you don't have to depend on any other project in order for all of these projects to actually work. Now, after the iMove wallet, we have the iMove DEX. Why not a decentralized exchange as an addition in the overall network? And there's one thing that's worth remembering is that every product that I mentioned is basically artificial intelligence integrated. So you're going to have artificial intelligence operating at all levels with all the products, within all the products of iMove. Going forward, we have iMove brand, because we always believed in, we always basically believed in shortening the distance between the crypto and the traditional world. And I think we will be able to do that via our brand, which is going to include a wide range of merchandise. Again, the merchandise generation based on an individual investor is artificial intelligence integrated. So we know how it is, right? If you'll have to shop something online, you'll have to spend hours to find the perfect fit for yourself. And then at times you might even not find the perfect fit even after spending those many hours. But then we have made it easier for people in order to get the best design for themselves with the help of artificial intelligence. They can use artificial intelligence, feed it the description that they want, and once they feed the description the way they want themselves to have their t-shirt look like, or their dress look like, or their fitness a costume look like, whatever it is. They want the logo on the right, the left, they want the logo to be stretched, to fade out. All these details will be captured and delivered by the artificial intelligence that is integrated in the branding of iMove. So this is basically a self-reliable, as I earlier mentioned, self-reliable utilities of iMove's ecosystem. Not only just that, talking about the partnerships that we were able to make come to fruition since the day we started. We had our pre-sale up until to the point when we're having a community of over 20,000 members, having some of the massive influencers in the space actively following iMove. Primarily, I guess, because of the emotional approach that the project took initially of having a dedicated section which will be used by the specially abled specially abled people of the global population. So this is about iMove, the iMove's network, and about the iMove's community, and the changes that we were able to actively notice in the community itself, wherein we had people having invested in the project because of them being related to a specially abled family member or a relative. So what we're basically trying to do with the application, if I'll touch a little bit on that as well, is we are trying to make it, as special as possible, because again, there is artificial intelligence integrated in the application itself. I mean, 70% of the products that I just mentioned are expected to be released within this month itself. Also, coming back to the application, there again is artificial intelligence integrated on the web, on the application, the Move Turn application. What it basically does is it incentivizes its users based on the steps they're going to take, and that's not where the whole thing basically ends. We have developed the application in a way that there will be always upgrades and additions of more exercises that will be added to the whole system. And again, we definitely have an association with the NFTs. They're basically the key factor for you to be able to use the application in the first place. It is going to be generating the revenue, which again is going to go towards the development of the application as well as the incentivization of its users. The NFTs are 1,000 in total, but then again, you must be wondering why 1,000? Because we have had Move Turn application that have availability of 15,000, 10,000, 5,000. The reason why we had only 1,000 NFTs available for our users is because first and foremost, we wanted to create sort of scarcity of the NFTs, eventually leading to an overall price or value increase for those NFTs. Also, we wanted to make sure that the application was as interactive as possible whenever it gets listed on iOS as well as Play Store. And also the user base on both the platforms that I just mentioned will be able to rent or lease this NFT. So you don't have to have massive supply of the NFTs in order to make sure that people are making the best use of them. You can just introduce another way wherein people will actively be able to rent them or lease them, and while they're renting it, leasing it, using it at the same time, a commission goes to the renter and the rentee. A small fee is collected by the platform at the same time. So this is the iMove's Move to Earn application. iMove, if I'll have to summarize it up, iMove is basically a project that has an ecosystem of products that does not need support, as in does not need verification from other projects to have listed, to list on their blockchain, or to start advertising its pad or the Explorer, so that people can, or projects can start using it. You just have to have the perfect mix of the project that will complement the next one in the pipeline. So again, a quick reiteration on the products that we have. Again, self-sustainable. We have the application, we have the incubation, which has incubated a project called Murati AI, and it's doing wonderful out there in the space, followed by iMove Chain, AI integrated. That chain is going to be cheaper and faster in comparison to BSC and Ethereum, followed by the iMove Explorer, followed by iMove Explorer, followed by, after the iMove Explorer, we have iMove Wallet, we have iMove Pad, and we have iMove Decentralized Exchange, as well as the iMove brand. All in all, we are trying to create something beautiful. We are trying to onboard as many non-crypto users over to crypto side of things by just integrating one more thing to the application, wherein users are going to be able to use the traditional ways of making payments, Google Play or any other traditional paying apps. They don't have to go through the hassle of the blockchain to do the conversions or the transfers by the NFT. They can do that using the traditional ways on the application itself. So that's all that I would like to say about iMove and the revolution or the innovation it's trying to introduce to the users. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to iMob and Cuckoo Koala for really deep diving into iMob's impact. Everybody, please put your hands together in a round of applause for them. Up next, we have Crypto Night VC panel. Please wait for it as the panel gets ready. It's incredibly exciting and incredibly enlightening. Up next, we have our highly anticipated, most intriguing panel. Please allow me to introduce our speakers, beginning with Ajit Khurana. It is a leading name in the cryptocurrency industry. He is the former head of Blockchain and Cryptocurrency Committee, which is part of AMA, is India's foremost industry body for cryptocurrency. Now, he is the founder of Reflexical. As an advisor to several crypto projects, he is seen as a specialist in tokenomics, pools, structure, architecture, flow, utility, and market value. Up next, we have Mr. George Sebastio, the co-founder of Ecox, a seasoned CEO, CTO, CISO, and advisor and international speaker with experience in blockchain, DeFi, asset tokenization, cybersecurity, AI, 5G, cloud, and disaster recovery. Wow, that is quite the resume right there. And he is here to give us innovative insight on startups using disruptive technology with a focus on generating business value and enabling sustainability. Joined by Ms. Manal Rafiki, an investment advisor at CDFI Singapore, PhD researcher in digital assets, certified blockchain consultant and institutional financial advisory, along with Mr. Robert, the co-founder and corporate development officer at Value Tavo. Value Tavo has created the first fully decentralized digital asset custody infrastructure technology, allowing institutions for the first time to take 100% of the control, security, and governance of their digital assets and to not be beholden or reliant on third-party providers. Along with Mr. Jason Fernandez, the co-founder of AdLunam. Jason Fernandez is an entrepreneur, speaker, and blockchain industry figure. As a teenager, Fernandez founded the internet portal zeocities.com, nonprofit ldkids.org, and wrote for Chip magazine. Later, while studying at the University of Austin, Texas, Fernandez co-invented the world's first legal internet-based DVR, Record TV, and was part of the founding team at Perceptival. Last but not least, I would like to welcome Mr. Vaibhav Ali, a 17-year veteran of offline and online marketing who is a Web3 marketing strategist. Additionally, he has spoken and hosted at events like ETH Vietnam, Thailand Crypto Week, World Blockchain Summit Dubai, AIBC Euro-Asia, WOW Summit Hong Kong, Meta Ventures, L-Bank Hong Kong, side events of Token 2049 in Singapore, Web3 Con F, Namaste NFT, Web3 Conference India, Dubai's most well-known blockchain event, Ecox, Bali Crypto Week, and more. He has also hosted some of the world's largest Web3 events in the world. So everybody, please put your hands together in a huge round of applause for these exceptional panelists.
Thank you, thank you. She knows because she knows. Come on, guys, please give it up for my dear friends in the Web3 space. I'm actually really grateful to Crypto306 and to my fellow panelists too, that okay, let them first figure out. Is the Vastu correct? For the guys who are Chinese, the Feng Shui? Okay, we are still trying to fix the Feng Shui on the stage. Great. First thing, I want to say a big thank you to you guys for taking out time and wanting to see me again. I don't know why, but thank you so much. Can you please give them a round of applause to my dear friends here in the space of Web3? So this panel is called the Kryptonite panel, right? This is because of Kryptonite UAE, which is a gateway to the MENA region. If you guys haven't checked out the website, you should check it out. The founder is Sarah, and I'm so glad to see all these faces. We are, all these guys wanted to give me the questions. Not all, but a couple of them. I decided not to because the idea is to have a lot of fun. The way we have it off stage, let's bring that aura and let's bring that energy on stage too. So if you guys love a good conversation and a fun banter, you're in the right place. I just had to sit down myself and then start talking. First thing, I would love to begin with Ajit Khurana. He is a very famous personality. I don't know why he knows me in person, but then everyone goes through a bad time. That's all right. I would love to know from you, AK. That's what I call him. From being in the education sector for so long, right? What got you to Bitcoin? Is this first thing I'd like to start with that.
So a lot of people don't know that for the first part of my career, I was in education. In fact, way back in 1993, I was a lecturer at the University of Texas at Austin, right? Yeah, this kind of, I've kind of forgotten all of that. It's like a past life. So here's the thing. Actually, while education and then eventually some other spaces such as e-commerce and eventually still more spaces and finally cryptocurrency / Web3 / Bitcoin, they seem completely disparate, as in unrelated. But there are actually, in my head, it's not as if I had like 3 or 4 careers. It's always the same thing. Some amount of shiny object syndrome, always wanting to do something new. Some amount of wanting to see how to innovate. And all of these things that I talked about were innovative, starting with the e-commerce and others. So when I first heard of Bitcoin, it was very late compared to, I believe, lots of people here. It was in the year 2014. Compared to the average population, that's early, but for people in this room, it might be different. And what attracted me to it was the beautiful price graph. And I was like, hey, this seems like some money could be made. And I spent somewhere between 5 to 10 minutes reading about it and said, this is complete nonsense. This doesn't make sense. It's weird. It is money, but it is not money. It's money that nobody makes or everybody can make. And hey, this is just one of those things. And I ignored it. But then for the 2 years following that, I kept studying it. At that point of time, there was not so much information available online. I did an online course from Princeton University in Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. And I remember on a fateful day in September of 16, I was completely converted. I started becoming an investor. Bitcoin in Indian rupees was priced around 40,000 rupees. So that made it something around $550 or so. And since then, I have done precious little except be in crypto.
Fantastic. What a journey of at 40,000 Indian rupee, which is like $500 to where it went a while ago. My dear friend George, a lot of people call him Jorge, but he's a fantastic guy. We have a joke of him in our house, which is called the George syndrome. There's anything that happens, no problem, right? He is the diffuser, and he is the guy who is responsible of running some amazing community here in Dubai and the MENA region. And I'm really fortunate that I've met him in different parts of the world, different continents, no, not yet, but in different parts of the world. George, you have been in tech all your life, right? And then why suddenly EcoX, the community, and the idea behind moving from tech and being a people's person or a community man?
Okay, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, everybody. It's always good to be at the local event. As you know, I've been in technology, I think, almost 36 years. So I remember probably my first experience with technology at the university was actually with something that does not exist anymore, which was punch cards. You know, these things that are 80 characters and they have holes in them, and it was the way you communicated with IBM computers at the time. However, over the last 36 years, we have seen massive revolutions of technology. We saw the mini computer replaced these massive computers. We saw the personal computer, then networks, which was kind of the first step towards decentralization, cloud computing, big data, which eventually evolved into AI, and blockchain, which is kind of also evolved with a lot of cybersecurity protocols. However, when we have any kind of startup, the startup has several elements to it. Obviously, one element is the investment that goes into the startup. The second element is the technology and the creation that gets done in the startup. However, the third element that is probably the most important in each startup is actually the community that is behind that startup. And the community means really the ecosystem that you build that actually drives the scalability of that startup. Now, that community has several layers. One layer is definitely, you can call it the ecosystem of partners. So for example, if you look at a company today, quite big in our space, we can call Microsoft as an example. When Microsoft came and first started with its DOS system that eventually evolved into Windows and then many other things, one thing they realized from the beginning is if they wanted to be successful, they had to have a lot of small companies understand what they do, and they do that on their behalf. And what this company's responsibility was to actually develop solutions around the base technologies that they had put together, where that technology was the operating system or the database or the office system and so on. So the ecosystem with partners is extremely important. Another important layer is actually the end user community themselves. One of the biggest barriers to any kind of technology adoption is the end user awareness. And that applies to AI, that applies to blockchain or any other technology, because every time a technology gets introduced for the first time, there's a, you can say, a cycle of the adoption. So very few people are early adopters. Like you mentioned, oh, I looked at it, oh, it looks too complicated, you put it right down. 90% of the people have this reaction, or even higher, when technology comes around. So when you build this community around the technology, then you drive adoption at a much faster pace. And the only way you can do that is by creating groups, conferences. Now you do a lot of also networking via WhatsApp and other messaging groups. So it's a multitude of technologies, including social media. And all of these cooperating together enable the adoption to go much faster. Now, what do I mean by much faster? Blockchain has been with us, let's say, give or take 17 years. In 17 years, I think there's maybe 400 billion entries in Google. If you look at something like ChatGPT, which has been with us for 2 or 3 months, it's got double the number of entries. Now, what created that fast adoption and an AI? AI has been with us for 30 years. It's this ground swelling of people and community actually using a technology. Now, let me add one other thing. How did I discover ChatGPT? Not because I was looking after it. It was my kid studying in university. Dad, I need something. I said, okay, what do you need? You know, they're always asking you for money for something. So, oh, I need to have this thing to verify my paper. I said, okay. It's called Turnitin, but doesn't matter. It's something you subscribe to. You submit your university paper, and it tells you if there's any plagiarism or some other things. And I said, okay, but you wrote the paper, no? So why are you asking me to pay to check that your paper is okay? Well, so in reality, the kids today don't write papers. They talk to ChatGPT. ChatGPT generates 80% of the paper, and then they just clean it up. So, which is actually good. I don't see that as bad. It really means that today you can use this AI technology as a co-pilot or as a co-driver that allows you to move much faster and much more rapidly. Whether that happens to be writing a paper at university, doing social media posts, or maybe creating some video or audio content. So the world is changing.
This is brilliant. You know, indeed, the world is changing. Moving on to my dear friend, Minal. So you are doing your PhD in CDB, the CBDC. My quick question, close-ended question is CBCD evil?
What is that?
Is CBDC evil?
Why?
I'm asking you, is it evil, yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Sure. So I could say that...
Close-ended question.
Sure. So to the extent that people consider crypto as being a democratic sort of democratic way of distributing value, CBDCs are, I think, the most dangerous thing when it comes to like privacy, in terms of like people's monetary privacy, how they spend their money, how money moves within the system. Also, funds that can be literally turned off by the government seems to me not something that a lot of people would be super interested in. Certainly not me. So I think my problem with CBDC is more about on the privacy aspect, but love to hear your perspective.
Sorry, I didn't hear, like,
Yeah, I think
so
there's
yeah.
no monitors here.
CBDC is
First
not
thing,
evil.
great job on the weight loss that you have had.
Thank you. So no, CBDC is not really evil. My thesis is about like programmable money. So it's all about like how the government, they can like, put ahead like, the customers, and like they know where the money is going. For example, in the last pandemic that we had, a lot of money went like, to the people, but they use it like, for stock markets, for speculation. So in this case, for example, if we have pandemics or whatever, so the money will be only asset like, and allocated to its value or like, its purpose, right? So it's not evil in this side. And like how the government, they are doing it like on a very international level, means like, cross-border payments. And I'm sure that the retail CBDC that a lot of people, they are scared of, is not as evil as what FTX did, or as many crypto companies are doing. So I'm sure like, the regulators, they are like on our side. And the retail CBDC, yes, is coming. I'm not sure how, like, we're gonna like be imprisoned in this, like, in our freedom to use our money. But I'm sure that it's gonna be less risky than other crypto payments that we have now. Take, for example, USDT or Tether. We don't know how much is collateralized. So at least, like, a CBDC, it's backed by a central bank. A central bank has, like, a reserve. Yeah, we can argue if, like, the Fed has really, like, the money or not, how much we are printing. But we are talking about, like, big corporations, big, central banks around the world. And I'm sure that CBDCs, they are here, like, to protect the customers and not, like, to be an evil, like, tool. And at the end of the day, this is why, like, crypto is very great, because we have this decentralized world that we can always go back. And I'm sure, like, the governments can never stop us to use, like, decentralized. This is why, like, they are, like, moving the regulations to us and not, like, us going to them. So it's not evil. Hope so.
It's not evil. It's, you were just reminded me, that the fruit doesn't fall too far from the fruit doesn't fall too far from the tree. You just spoke like a true diplomat. Your dad will be very proud of you.
Thank you.
Robert.
Hi, Vali.
So Robert is a dear friend, and he's the advisor. He's on the board for a couple of VC firms, but is also raising money for his very unique and a very interesting project.
It is.
Right? But you have a problem with VCs. Let's address that right now. We have few on the table. Let's address it right now. Let's go ahead.
Thanks, Vali. Thank you very much for inviting me. Yeah, so let's talk about VCs. Anybody in this room, put your hand up right now if you're a VC. All right. Two of you. Okay.
Robert.
And what am I, right? Obviously.
And on your left.
Yeah, so we have a few.
And even here.
Yep. So let's talk about VCs. So let me think how I can address this without insulting anybody. So we were talking about, before we came on the panel, what kind of question is Vali going to ask? And he wouldn't tell us. So thanks, Vali, for putting me in this compromising situation with 5 or 6 VCs here.
I love it.
Yeah, it's true. I'm raising money. We have a startup. I'm based in Hong Kong. we have a custody, a fairly unique, innovative custody solution. I guess the best analogy I have was taken from that Warren Buffett transaction statement I sent you. Does anybody know Temasek Holdings in Singapore, right? So allegedly, I have to use the word allegedly, the FTX debacle, they pay somebody like Boston Consulting $100 million a year to do the due diligence before they go out and invest in companies. So my question going back is, how did that work out? So I talked to many VCs, and I've been investing in startups for 25 years. And I just feel that there is a FOMO kind of situation here where they don't really do the due diligence, and they tend to follow whatever is the cool thing right now. So there is the exception, of course. I'll leave it at that, I think.
I want Jason to respond to that. I think he's waiting to respond to that.
No, I'll just say that Temasek basically is a quasi-government agency. So they have a lot of control over how they make essentially things happen in Singapore. Temasek's portfolio company, MediaCorp, actually sued us. We beat them as a multi-million-dollar lawsuit. So I'm certainly not best friends with Temasek, although their I believe their COO was an advisor at our company. But yeah, so Temasek tends to kind of run roughshod over due diligence, particularly because they have so much control on the other side. As in, they can really make sure that companies are successful, particularly if they're based out of Singapore. But then otherwise, they can also certainly make sure that a company is not successful if that's what they wanted as well. So I guess they kind of don't really bother with due diligence. But I guess a lot of investors, they rely on the due diligence for the lead investor, right? So if you have like a lead investor that's put in a lot of funds, the assumption is that they've done their homework, right? And I think that's basically been one of the biggest problems with FTX, is that a lot of people did due diligence, a lot of people sort of depended on other people's due diligence. But if you look at the overall problem with FTX, right, the fact that you have essentially a company that was able to raise millions of dollars without giving out board seats, without having any investor on the board, to where they could actually make make decisions on how those funds are used, for example. So you have a situation where basically somebody has raised massive amounts of funds and there's no control, right? There's no CFO. So I mean, that's one of the issues with FTX in the first place.
Okay, thank you. Coming over to you, right? Now, let's actually, Jason, Ali, and me, we had a long discussion about tokens versus equity. I want to bring that up here, and I want to start with you first, and like in about a minute, token versus equity, which one would you look at when you're putting your money down?
If I'm not specifically worried about the ethics or the regulatory aspect of the investment instrument, if this particular project is not causing me that, in that situation I would prefer token, because I know there is liquidity at the end of the situation. When I invest in private equity, I don't know how many of them will exit, even if the companies do well. However, when there might be issues such as, is this guy going to run away with my money? Then some of the additional protection that public law or Companies Act or other such legislation provides makes me feel a little comfortable. All things put together, my ideal scenario is to invest in high quality tokens.
Thank you. George, when you advise companies, tokens or equities?
Actually, that in itself is going to get resolved very, very soon. Everything is going to become security tokens. I think people are trying magically to say this is a utility, this is not a security. Trust me, maybe 1 year, maybe 3 years, maybe 5, but everything will become security. Maybe 1 or 2 tokens will be left as utilities, including, for example, Bitcoin, almost, if you consider that, or maybe Ethereum, but the rest will all be. And the point is actually very simple. If a token has nothing behind it, other than just the people, so it's the credibility of the people to buy or use the token that will preserve its value. So most tokens will have what I would sometimes call a Burj Khalifa. Everybody here knows what a Burj Khalifa is for a token? Also not a name for a pump and dump. So it means goes up, as fast as it goes up, it comes down. Okay, the people that are smart and know what's happening might be able to sell at the right time, but very few people make a lot of money, but most people lose a lot more money, which is not good. However, once something is an asset-backed token, and the asset backing does not matter what it is. It could be sugar, could be US dollars. That's what Tether is to some extent, as long as you can prove it's there. Gold, real estate, cars, art. The token is actually a title deed or a claim of ownership. So it's actually a digital share. Digital bond doesn't matter. So you can trade that token, and that token might be traded at different values at different times based on the perceived how fast you want to sell it, how fast you want to buy it, and the market value. But in the end, the last person left holding the token can go and claim what is theirs physically. So definitely securities is the way to go.
Okay, so there's a new angle to this entire thing. Minal, I have a different question for you, right? And hopefully this time my question doesn't fall flat. My question is that you are a pretty young and a beautiful lady, but you started crypto way young. How did that happen for you?
Oh, yeah. We were just talking about it before. So yeah, I finished my studies in France, and then I went.
And if I'm not wrong, you got into crypto in 2016. Which year?
2017.
17. Okay, yeah.
So I finished. I had the major in a master in finance. I moved to Asia for my graduate internship in Singapore in a Standard Chartered Bank, and then I decided to just go to South Korea just for a visit for a 5 days trip. I ended up staying there for 2 years. So I got my first job in South Korea with one of the leading L1s back then. It was an ICO. For my parents, they thought I was working for something like Samsung, which is no.
Typical.
I was not working for a Samsung company. No, it was a startup, an ICO. Especially back then in 2017, 18, everyone was thinking crypto is a scam and everything. And moving forward, I started the PhD. Back then, I just wanted to have certain credibility because in 2018-19, we were in a bear market worse than this one. So we only had from my point of view back then, only by education that I can spare awareness about crypto and Bitcoin, but I didn't know that I will be now we will have all this awareness and all this adoption. So my message to everyone, we are already we've been through a lot, and we are even if it is a bear market now, I don't feel the bear market that we had, given the awareness and the adoption that we have. All the the Web 2 companies, they are moving to Web 3, and that itself is a very good sign for our market.
Thank you, my dear friend Robert. My question to you is, as a founder, right? When somebody comes into investing into your brilliant company, and I truly believe in your product and the security that you guys are offering, would you like to give out equity or tokens? Which one would you prefer as a founder to give out to VCs or sharks, like how we call them?
Yeah, I was dreading that question, Valley. So I'm an old-fashioned guy, and for me, it's still about cash. I know Jason is going to argue and discuss this with me, and he's going to educate me. But at the end of the day, we have to pay salaries. We have to pay a lot of people cash. They have to go out and buy food. Now, Jason was trying to educate me earlier that they can be paid in crypto, they can go and convert it to fiat, and they can still go out and buy their food and pay for their rent. So it's a tricky one. I mean, for me, it's still equity and cash, but I obviously see the move to be able to pay people in crypto. The risk is that the crypto could be highly volatile sometimes, and I guess fiat can also be highly volatile as well. But so yeah, I'll defer that one to Jason, I think. Yep.
Okay. Actually, AK has a question for Robert.
So Robert, on the utilization of funds, like you gave the example of the fact that you have to pay salaries, right? I think that problem has long since been solved. Even if you were to only have, let's say you don't have even a bank account, you can always, through third-party OTC, authorized OTC providers, including MAS-approved OTC providers, make sure that your employees get fiat while you have sent out crypto. So that cannot be the distinguishing factor. It really has to be, his question of equity versus tokens, is what is it that you want to give away? For instance, if you are fractionalizing the ownership of your company, that's the definition of equity. Your token could also fractionalize the ownership of your company, but it may not. It may basically fractionalize anything, such as your cash flows or whatever else you choose to. So assuming that you can spend fiat even if you have crypto, how would you come up with this decision?
Wow, that's really blowing my mind, that one. Again, it comes down to, are we talking about the giving away the equity of the company or paying for the staff of the company?
The question continues to be fundraising, using equity as an instrument versus token. Let's assume that you have to choose between one of these two.
Again, I still have to go back to equity. But I'm sure Jason's going to say the opposite to me.
So to start off with, as Ajit was pointing out, fiat is extremely easy to get in terms of if you get paid with crypto. All fiat that I own now has once been crypto. Like none of my fiat has ever started off as fiat. So that's fairly easy. The question I think that Ajit was trying to drill into is what exactly it comes down to as a founder, what exactly do you want to give away, right? So you can give away a piece of your company. You can essentially fractionalize your company and give that away. Now that would be effectively a security token because you're essentially fractionalizing ownership in your company. Now you could more usefully, I suppose, you could fractionalize the utility within your company. So a good example, for example, would be Disney parks, right? So I can say, all the funds that come in through Disney parks, I'm going to separate that from the main Disney business and ensure that those are based off of a token economy. So you could buy a share solely in the utility coming out of Disney parks and not in the broader equity of the Disney corporation. Right? It comes down to how you structure your company. Now, going back to the broader question from a VC perspective, right? My preference is almost always tokens. And it comes down again to what Ajit was saying in terms of liquidity, right? With an equity investment, you're looking at 8 years, probably 5 to 8 years before any of that is going to become liquid, right? And even if that happens, it could, you really have very, very, very little control over how that thing plays out, right? When it comes to tokens, you have an increased amount of control, mostly because of the fact that these are liquid in the first place, right? Mostly because they're liquid, you have an increased amount of control because those token holders can exert an enormous amount of pressure on what you guys are trying to do, right? Like, for example, instead of having 5 investors, you have 1,000 in a Telegram group telling you, hey, we're going to sell your token if you don't do X, Y, and Z. Right now, that's an extreme amount of pressure. You don't even need to have regulatory pressure. You don't even need to have voting shares if you can cause that kind of volatility in a company. So it's almost always, for me, a question about tokens. Now, one thing that I see fairly often when it comes to investment, I've seen a lot of companies come to me and they say, oh, look, we're doing an equity round and we're doing a token round. To me, that seems scammy. That seems scammy because in a young company, you're only going to have so much value. So if you split it between tokens and equity, you're essentially splitting the value, right? Somebody who, let's say, has an equity position in the company, the director of the company has a fiduciary duty to ensure that profits go to those people. Now, that is not true for token holders, right? So, for example, who protects the token holders? You don't want to be a second-class citizen where you've invested in the token and the guy, most of the value gets accrued in the equity of the company. That becomes also, a really complicated question in terms of understanding the token architecture. Where is the value of this company distributed? Is the value distributed to the equity holders? Is the value distributed to token holders, right? So you could structure that any way. Like you could, for example, if you sectioned off Disney parks from the rest of Disney, that would be a significant amount of revenue that essentially Disney doesn't have access to. So if you're an equity holder in Disney, you're not getting paid for the people that are going to the park, right? So it really depends on exactly what you want to buy the value to. And that's, from an investor perspective, that's what you're looking at. Now, if you make an investment both in equity and tokens, then you have an issue where down the line somebody might sell those, they might sell their tokens, but now they still have equity. So now they still have, you still have a responsibility to ensure that they profit from the function of the company, but they don't own the tokens; they still own equity. So this is to me, if it's almost always tokens, and generally when people are doing equity and tokens, I'm extremely suspicious.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know how much time I have left, but I'm just going to each one of you, right? And just ask you all questions around something in my head. I want to start with George here. George, and I want to know how, like, one thing that you do to find if a project is a scam.
I have certain rules. I mean, obviously there is...
And you had a big smile after understanding the question.
Okay, I think there's two parts to that answer. The first part, of course...
We might have a little challenge with time, so if you can...
I'll make it fast?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, if it plays on Burj Khalifa, there's a good likelihood that it's a scam. If you want the longer answer to the question, come to see me after the speech.
Okay. Let's talk about, so Jason here is pretty legendary, not in just the ways of the kind of work that he's done from the age of 13 while going to the AT&T chairman and getting broadband to where? To India, and he's done some legendary stuff. But in our space, what I'm really interested in, he flipping $300,000 in $6.5 million in 30 days, right? Now, that was pretty interesting. How was the adrenaline at that point of time? Can you just give us some idea on that?
On why that would happen?
Yeah, while it was happening, and then you were like, like that, yeah?
Sure, I'll explain. Actually, October was a bull market, not this October, but last October. And so a lot of the companies that we were investing in NFT tech were able to basically do a 10x, 20x, and we had like a 10x unlock. So I was able to roll the same funds from the beginning, from the 1st of October, into multiple companies, because the company would do the IDO, we'd get 10, 20% off, and then I was able to roll those funds back into future investments. And because of a lot of companies really wanted our logo on their deck as one of their institutional investors, mainly to send that. The reason that a lot of projects look for institutional investors is because they're trying to send the message to the retail investors on the other end that this is a company worth buying. Because retail investors are not tokenomics experts. They don't understand how to determine whether a token is value or not. They're essentially relying on institutional investors that have tokenomics experts that have actually studied the token and presumably understand that there's value there. So companies that have really good tokenomics experts, those institutional investors tend to be more prized to have on your deck, because that basically sends a particular message. So we had a lot of companies come to us because really they just wanted us on their deck. And so it was sometimes a matter of like making an investment for 3 or 4 days before the company was able to like launch and be able to like 20x and take the funds back out and reinvest them. So it was a really good month because there were so many projects launching. A lot of times we were making investments like 3 or 4 days before we were getting the funds back. So we were able to like roll those funds, I think, to about 20 companies or 25 companies, and we ended up with growing that 3,250,000 to like 6.25 million. Yeah.
Congratulations! Come on, guys, please give him a round of applause. You know, now from talking from $6.5 million, let's talk about 6 Lambos. Okay, so Ajit has lost a lot of Bitcoins in his life. I would love to understand the mindset of how do you get back after a loss.
That's a really tough one, and I know that you're hoping that I'll start crying on stage. Right?
6 Lambos. 6 Lambos, one for each of us, except for Robert.
No, Robert, you get one too. But you get equity in that Lambo, not the Lambo itself. Okay. Yeah, so to be honest, I think anybody who's been in crypto for many years, like people who are in it since 11, 12, 13, everybody has lost crypto. And there are 2 reasons for that. Number one of the things that kept me away when I first explored in 2014 was how you would store. There would be an Electrum wallet and all sorts of nonsense. So it used to be much, much more geeky to be able to save that. In my case, however, and this is really paradoxical, I did not lose my Bitcoin, not crypto in general, but specifically Bitcoin, because I did not know how to store them. It was not ignorance. It was because I knew a lot. As in, I was like absolutely perfectly secure.
Like, this cannot happen to me. I know this. I got it covered.
Yeah, so the first time actually it was really silly. I lost it in 2 tranches. The first time around, I stored my seed phrases in a Google Doc. Nobody accessed that Google Doc or device But, well, as in nobody access from my side. I never let the password be known. But clearly, in some hacker, malware.
Different realm in the world.
So then I was like, obviously it is stupid to like keep it in any digital version. So if I have to keep some private key, first of all, forget the seed phrases also. Go with the private key and keep it physical. So then what do? Now it becomes really difficult because, you know, if you write it on paper, you lose the paper, it can catch fire, blah, blah. So I actually got it on metal, as in engraved on metal, and that too not at like one location, right? And then
Multiple locations.
So you can divide the seed phrases, right? As in even the private key you can divide into as many parts, such that you need all the parts together to be able to put it together. But you can overdo that. And that means even one part lost is everything lost, right? Having said that, I have been part of some security organizations such as Roberts, etc., and seen what they do. Like I know how Coinbase does custody. I know a bunch of those. And I think that if I were an institution where I did not individually have to take care of all the, let us say, signatures, today you can do a really good job. Okay, but if everything has to be stored by one person, it's still susceptible to error.
So I'll rephrase my question quickly. I was talking about the mindset. The mindset, right? When it happens then and there, how do you recover it? Because right now, I
recommend alcohol, but since I don't drink, that solution is not available to me. Right? There could be some stronger stuff, I'm sure, but if I don't even have alcohol, so I think that basically you have to find a way to not think about it and fool yourself that you actually acquired them. So if my cost of acquisition of those Bitcoin was under $700, and you keep marking it at that 700, that, you know, I lost 700 multiplied by the number of Bitcoin as opposed to 70,000 or whatever it's going to become, because neither John McAfee was right nor Balaji was right about the $1 million Bitcoin. But whatever you benchmark it, put it at cost of acquisition.
No, but we actually were able to quantify it today outside at the smoking zone, 6 Lambos.
Yeah, that is what you don't do. That is exactly.
That's exactly what you don't do. George, since you advise so many companies, you get a lot of tokens, and I've seen his wallet, okay, of the tokens. How do you control your temptations of not selling them off when they hit the peak?
Actually, some of the tokens we keep kind of as reminders of history of what not to do in the future. But it's a good, you frame it, you put it on the wall. And we call this expensive lessons. At the end of the day, crypto and blockchain is not different than startups and any other domain. So let's assume, let's say you're in the medical domain and you do drug research for medical purposes. What's the amount of drugs that actually survive? Probably 1 or 2% out of 99 ones that get invented. The same thing happens in blockchain and technology projects. That really mean you have to fail many times for one to actually succeed. But I think you have to keep walking. That's why you don't need the Lambo.
Okay, moving on to one Lambo to another. I would love to know your personal experience of profit losses or bad decision making. How does it help? No, we're not going there. But just generally in life, right? Because with every decision we want to be better, right? But then the firms that you work with have a lot more responsibility, right? You lose your bit, it is all right, you can figure it out. But when you're responsible for a company, and I'm sure there have been bad investments in the past, how do you counter that?
Before I start, the journey of founding, we're on the way of founding, one of the first VCs led by women in ADGM. So before that, I was working in Singapore as portfolio management for institutional investors, so family offices and other institutional investors. So I guess, my portfolios between my work and what I do for my own portfolio and what I do for my client is very different. I'm a big Dijon for my own portfolio, so means I just like try any DeFi protocol out there. I put a lot of risk on my investment. However, for my clients, because have more responsibility and everything, so it has been profitable, even though we were not taking a lot of risk on for our clients. And of course, like my managers back then, like we exit the market in January 2022. So just like at the peak of still remember it was 11 January, I guess. It was the peak of S&P 500, and from there, we were just shorting the market. So I guess, for our clients, we were very profitable. But my personal one, I was very Dijon. I was taking a lot of risk. Maybe just because I want to try a lot of protocols, and I want, it's part of the learning journey. This is why. So my both, experiences, they've been, very different.
Thank you so much. My dear friend Robert.
I'm really looking forward to the next question.
So you were
hit me with your best shot.
So you were employee number 10 at Authentify. Am I correct with the name?
Oh, well remembered, yes.
Yeah, okay. So all you guys, the OTPs that you get and the two-way authentication at one point of time, which was really irritating, and now we feel that, oh my God, thank God, now we can save some money. Robert and his previous company are responsible. So back then, I would like to apologize on behalf of all the arrogant people who said that we don't need two-way authentication, but it was very well needed, right? Tell us, there is a human psychology attached to security, right? That like lawyers, right? You would never think of hiring a lawyer till you get into an issue. I think it's the same thing with security. So what is one big challenge that you're facing when you talk about security, when you talk about privacy, and you talk about your product, which has biometrics, which has the chip, which is even more advanced than our regular MasterCards and Visa. It has a USB-C and a Kindle reader and the toggle button. That's a lot of feature in one plastic card, right? But what is the biggest challenge that you have been facing, or what do you think is the market right now?
Yeah, so security is something I do know a little bit about, not tokenizations. I've been on a mission for about 15 years to kill the password, right? That's the number one problem that is always, and it's still ongoing. Although Google come out with passwordless and tokens and authentication, etc. The biggest security risk, in my opinion, is still inside the company. So you have a lot of these custody solutions, you have a lot of collusion that goes on, even with different fire blocks, anybody that has these kind of solutions. So how do you protect the attack from inside? That to me is the biggest security issue that we have right now. I'm going very short here.
No, thank you so much. Let's talk to Jason. Jason, before I move on the closing note, right? There are people in India and even around the world who look up to you. Also because of your philanthropy efforts, which I think has not been out in public yet, but I'm taking this liberty in terms of congratulating you for doing such amazing philanthropy work for over 25 years. Come on, guys, can we hear it up for Jason and his NGO? I can see his eyes moist, but you totally deserve it. I want to just quickly understand, because of the time shortage, right? Otherwise, we'll sit down and talk for much longer. That how quickly should we have blockchain in the space of philanthropy and NGOs and stuff?
Because that's a great and unique question. It's something that you don't really talk about a lot. But I think as soon as possible, right? Because you think about the problem with nonprofits, right, is that so little of the funds that go to that nonprofit organization actually end up at the people that's needed, right? So, for example, I think with the Save the Children Foundation, I think 98% of it goes to the administration of that charity. So I think that eventually nonprofits are going to evolve into something like a DAO structure. Where you have multiple people that are sort of funding it, and essentially they have control over where the funds go, and they're able to detail track. And not only that, but they also have sort of a voting mechanism on how exactly where those funds are spent, what are like beneficial things for that particular charity, and then of course being able to track those funds better. So I think that I don't think that I think it can't be soon enough that blockchain and crypto sort of ends a nonprofit.
When do we see blockchain being implemented in your NGO then?
It's a good question. Still working on trying to figure out a way where it actually makes sense right now. But yeah, something on the to-do list.
Okay. Now we'll just have some closing words. Anything that you guys maybe have prepared or were thinking over a period of time. This is the time when you go all out. But when I say all out, about 40 seconds. Like, we are a bit stingy with time right now.
The only thing I would say is if I were addressing an audience of the non-converted, there would be a different set of words, but I assume it's different here.
Let's see. Okay, no, I think
yeah,
we
so
can
I would say that because crypto has been around for blockchain for 17 years, crypto after Bitcoin, Ethereum for fewer, Web3 for still shorter, every one of us has been in this space for very short period of time. And whatever little we have seen becomes the 9 blind men and the elephant, where we have some aspect that we have seen and we assume that is the truth. According to me, we are at the fetal stage of Web3. That means we have not even taken birth. All the rules that you know are not rules anymore. Even the next bull market will not be like the previous bull market. So keep an open mind. Don't necessarily wait for the good old days where you put $1 and it becomes $100 like tomorrow. None of that may really happen, barring exceptions. So keep an open mind about the fact that the rules are still to be written.
This puts a lot of us in so much of peace. The guys who are running in FOMO, like, bro, chill. You still got time. Okay, before we move on to George, does somebody have any, somebody in the audience has any questions for our fantastic set of panelists? Khushi, can we give her a mic? Sam? Khushi wants a mic. Keisha is going to do. Guys, please give a round of applause for Keisha for doing all the coordination and the back-end job over here. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Who's your question directed to?
Not exactly directed to anybody because we have all the VCs here. So it pretty much addresses the capital fundraising part. We're talking about the equity and the tokens, right? For example, today I'm in the Web 2. I'm a VC in the Web 2. So if I'm putting some money in the Web 2, supposedly I'm getting equity in return, right? But contrary, if I talk about the equity in Web 3. So in Web 3, there are two parts. One is the equity and one is the tokens. So in Web 2, when you're getting into a project, taking equity in return, there is a product which is in the market. For example, I'm selling a phone, right? So now your entry point and your exit point as a VC will depend how much money my product is making in the market, right? That's one thing. And you will check the balance sheet. That's how you decide your entry point and the exit. Because all the evaluation of the company depends on that equity. Even as a founder, I have my equity. So that will be my exit point. Maybe you have your exit point at the time of the IPO. For example, it is being listed on the NASDAQ, right? But on the same time, if we talk about the Web3 project, that time, if we also talk about the equity and the tokens. So as a founder, how am I, getting my returns? I'm getting my returns through tokens, because in the tokenomics, we have a part for the founders and the advisors. That's in the tokenomics, right? But if you get equity in my company, for example, I'm just building a blockchain. If you get equity there, if you thought of getting equity in Polygon, what would have been your exit point? Because as a founder also, founders have an exit point in the tokens, never in the equity. Because a blockchain project, actually the product is based out of decentralization. So you get your exit out of decentralization. So I'm sorry it went a long question.
No, he actually had some skin in the game with Polygon, so...
So I'll actually, what I'll do is, I'll just actually extend your question a little more. First of all, if you're looking at equity, you rightly said that you can look at the balance sheet or other traditional systems of accounting and do what you described was fundamental analysis. If my token were actually a tokenized version of equity, we would do exactly the same. Okay, let's equate that. Having said that, the difference between a token and equity, other than the technological possibility of peer-to-peer and stuff like that, is that the token can have a charge on anything. But moving to the commercial part, which I think was the intent of your question, I recently was helping a company raise a relatively large amount of money, which just the crypto native VCs would not be able to meet that sort of round. We're talking about $22 million, right? And what we found was that, and by the way, they're selling tokens, right? So they're talking to the Web 2 or the traditional larger VCs, as well as the Web 3 native VCs. The interesting thing is that how they value a company. So you have to kind of justify why your valuation is such and such, is like unrelated. It's not contradictory, but it's unrelated. Like the typical traditional larger VCs, I could name them, but that wouldn't serve any purpose, are more interested in the way they invested in a Facebook or a Google, which means they are not trying to find out what the tokenomics is, what the FDV is, is it supply or is it elastic supply. They are trying to see how likely is it that this guy will get market share, how likely is it that the viral effects or network effects will kick in, etc. You look at the Web3 VCs, words like cliff and unlocking schedule, emission schedule mean a lot to them, right? Because they probably, and this I say in partial jest, are more like they should all be called TGE capital. Namely, they want to sell as soon as possible, preferably on the token generation event if they really had a significant part of it. So this is an area, the area that you found is an area of concern. So I'm really actually adding to your question as opposed to answering it. The most fun comes when the same company is fundraising through both. And the way that happens is that in the 2020, 21 and early 22, they were selling tokens. Now need to raise rounds. Nobody's willing to buy their tokens because of the beautiful graph that coin market cap shows. Did I call it coin market? It's cap, not
coin market crash.
Yeah. So it kind of shows a really bad one. And now they have to go to a different set of investors who don't want to buy their tokens. So they're issuing equity. So how does the token part work? Last thought there is actually on the legal side of it. Keep in mind that any contract I enter with you as an investor for token is a private contract. So it comes under the contract, tort, and such laws. If I, however, subscribe to your equity, usually the fundamentals are governed by the equivalent of a Companies Act or a Corporate Law Act or something along those lines, which is a public law. Private law can't stand in front of public law. So I'm not exaggerating when I say that if I held shares in your company and George here held tokens in your project, I could sue you if you allow any value to go to George, because I'll say your fiduciary responsibilities as encoded and enshrined in public law is that you have to work for your stakeholders. And there's a definition to stakeholders, right? If you are letting value leak to anybody else, then I can come after you and say that you have not lived up to your role as a fiduciary. So, not answering your question, actually, tough question, but I'm just adding on to your question.
You know, one thing
One second, let him respond to that.
No, I just wanted to add that it really comes down to where the value is in your company, right? Like I could create a token that extracts all the value out of a company and leaves the equity worthless. I could absolutely do that, right? Like there is a whole bunch of companies that are constructed exactly that way, where the equity, where the value of the company isn't generated or stored in the equity, it's stored solely in the token, right? So it really depends how exactly you structure the company, and that's where the value is. So as an investor, you got to look at how is this token structured? Now, with a Web3, with a Web2 sort of mindset, it's really easy because anything that's good for the company is good for your investment. With Web3, that's not necessarily true. For example, you can have a company that's doing really well, but their token is doing really badly. So going back to sort of Ajit's scenario that he painted in terms of coin market cap, tokens doing really badly, and now the guy has to go to another set of investors to raise equity. The fact is, those investors, if they put in money, are generally not doing the right thing, because unless that company is fundamentally changed where they store the value of what they're making, the equity is going to be worthless. So people can go in and buy all the equity they want, but the tokens are where the value is being locked, right? So this is happening even today. Like I see a lot of people are burnt out on investing in tokens because the market is bad. That's because that's really the same as basically, it's because it's too liquid, right? Like if you on the stock market, like the bottom 80% of the companies are anyways penny stocks. So it's not a massive difference in comparison if you compare, the bottom 80% of crypto companies on exchanges, for example. So it comes down to where the value is locked. And as an entrepreneur, that sort of comes down to how you structure your company. And then on an investor side, you have to try to figure out, understand. That's why, Ajit was talking about tokenomics, because if you don't understand when the vesting schedules are. So for example, you mentioned the team. Most cases in crypto, vesting schedules for the advisors and the team starts way long past after the funds go to the investors. So most investors in the seed and the private round, they get their funds, on TGE. They might have 5% unlock, 10% unlock at TGE. Almost always, you won't find any unlock for the team or the advisors for the first 3 to 6 months. And the reason that is because they have to maintain that token and ensure that that token still has value 3 to 6 months later. So they have to look at the long-term benefit of that token, not the short-term benefit. So that, and actually that's important too, because even investors, they're only getting 5 or 10% unlocked at TG. So what happens post then? That's happening over a period of a year or 2 years. So if the company fails in 3 months, then you only get your TGE amount, which is why you want to make sure that the vesting schedules for the team and the advisors are significantly past the initial investors and how they return their funds.
Thank you. We'll take the other half of the question offline. I've been getting hints from the team, and I can already see them stretching, and they're like, "Get out of here!" But thank you so much, everyone, for being a part of it. Actually, on a serious note, I love you guys for accepting my invitation, and I'm glad that we could be a part of this panel. And I'm really thankful to Jason, Robert, Mimi, Georgie, and AK. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Let's take some pictures, and these guys are available for questioning, so you can keep holding them and make sure that you get all your answers right. But for now, can we step here? It's easier. Just Robert, be careful, don't step down. Thank you, everyone. Good night. Have fun. We'll see you tomorrow, day 2 of Crypto 306. Over to the MC. Looks like everyone's done. This
is called the graveyard shift.
The graveyard shift, yeah. Thank you.
You're the fintech tomorrow, right?
Yes. Where are you staying?
What a thrilling day and exceptional event. We got to peel back the curtain on an interconnected future of technological advancement. It was truly a riveting and exhilarating journey from start to finish. I would like to thank all the speakers that helped illuminate and enlighten all of us with their intellect and savoir-faire of the cryptosphere, if you will, illustrating just how powerful and unstoppable the future of this industry is. Thank you so much, everybody, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Have a lovely day.
We wonder what we can do. Coinex links the crypto space with the real world. We deliver messages of love and hope through charitable actions. We help more individuals capture the panorama of the crypto world. Starting from the crypto market